To read a letter dated September 14th, addressed to the Governor's Council. Executive Council, dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Brian Palmucci to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. Sincerely, Charles Baker. At this point, before we hear from you, I know you have a lot of distinguished folks here. We see the Honorable Judge Bradley. So at this point, we'll hear from Judge Heather Bradley first.
Do you want me to come stand? Or?
You can stand or sit, whatever you like.
Fine. Thank you, Chairman. INL and members of the Governor's Council, good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. For those of you I have not met, as indicated, my name is Heather Bradley. I'm the First Justice of the Hingham District Court, and I am honored to have the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of Attorney Brian Palmucci. I've had the pleasure of working with Attorney Palmucci in court since I became an Associate Justice of the District Court almost 12 years ago. Attorney Palmucci appeared before me then regularly when I traveled to Quincy District Court, and over the past 7 years that I've been the First Justice of the Hingham District Court, Attorney Palmucci has been a consistent presence in our court, handling all aspects of criminal district work, from arraignments through to trials, sentencing, and post-conviction matters. He has also represented civil litigants in 209A and 258A hearings, which comprise a substantial part of the civil work that we see in district court on a daily basis. From the work I've seen him perform as an attorney in court, I believe Attorney Palmucci possesses the experience, knowledge, intelligence, and temperament to make an excellent district court judge. He is always prepared before the court, always on time, and attentive to his clients. He works well with his colleagues. He's a team player when it comes to working in the courtroom. As I mentioned in the letter I wrote on his behalf, he's the type of attorney who will assist the court and his fellow colleagues when conflicts arise and stay to help, even though his own cases are done for the day. Always doing his part to help the court run efficiently and ensure that people's rights are protected. On his cases, he files appropriate, accurate, and well-researched, well-written motions that show his understanding of the law and the relevant case law. He is articulate and reasoned in his arguments, whether he's handling an arraignment or a lengthy trial. Attorney Palmucci has always shown respect in my court, respect for the court process, and respect to the parties appearing in court, not only as clients, but also witnesses and victims for the prosecution. I've never seen him raise his voice or treat anyone in court in an unkind manner. In my observations of him, he has shown the ability to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of difficult litigants and maintain a tone of respect in the courtroom, which is essential to being a district court judge. My staff believes that he is a hardworking individual, and he has earned their praise over the years in each of our departments, the clerk's office, probation, and security, who all have positive things to say about their experiences with him. Attorney Palmucci shows in his advocacy a passion for the law and an ability to view cases based on relevant circumstances. I recall one case he had before me with a young man struggling with mental health issues and substance use disorder. Attorney Palmucci not only worked diligently to litigate the criminal matter by filing well-drafted motions and making strong arguments to the court, but he also worked to support his client in changing his life. By the end of that case, the defendant appeared before the court a very different person with an admirable period of sobriety under him and an impressive employment position. And since the resolution of that case, this client has not returned to my court. Attorney Palmucci's treatment of this case and the litigant, I believe, shows his awareness of the importance of looking at a case both in terms of its legal aspects, but also the unique circumstances and backgrounds of the litigants, witnesses, and victims who appear, which are both essential to making fair and impartial decisions as a judge. An important part of the work that occurs in the district court today involves the use of specialty courts for our veterans and for those struggling with substance use. Specialty court work requires collaboration with treatment providers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, law enforcement, and corrections. Attorney Palmucci's experience working with and for all these agencies gives him the knowledge, I believe, and the unique ability to step right into this type of important work with specialty courts in the district court, where I believe he could be of great assistance to the trial court and the communities we serve. In closing, I simply just want to add that if Attorney Palmucci is given this wonderful opportunity to serve the public as a judge in the district court, I am confident that he will continue to work with the type of diligence, humility, and respect that I have seen him work with over the years as an attorney and leave a long-lasting and positive impact on the trial court. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
Judge, you were my first vote when I got on the council, and you have made me very proud of that vote. You've done a fantastic job, very well respected in the Hingham District Court and throughout the district. You have a great reputation among the lawyers as a very thoughtful judge who tries to do the right thing all the time. I occasionally get to Hingham Court, not too often, and I can tell you that the people in the courthouse have a great deal of respect for you too. Clerk's office, in the staff, the security personnel, just doing a great job down there. And I'm very proud of that first vote that I took 12 years ago, I think it was.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm very fortunate, and I have a great team in Hingham.
You're home run. You're doing a great job.
Councilor Devaney.
Yes, it's the first time you've been here.
It has.
Yeah. I find the question and the questionnaire very important about the most important cases. When you came, it was asking 5 cases, trials, transactions you have, and Attorney Palmucci has put civil and criminal, which is very good. Now, do you remember what you put?
I don't remember. It's been 12 years.
In those days, you were asked to name 5 trials, transactions, courts that you have been involved in. And you answered Girl Scout leader in Hingham, and you put Law Day, which I thought was very unique. And I have to say, you're going down in judicial history because you're the only nominee that came before the council who worked at home for 22 hours for the district attorney. I want to ask you, do you think it's important for a person to be...
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. This hearing, I'm not sure if you...
No, I'm asking about...
Excuse me, I said. Excuse me. This hearing is regarding Attorney Brian Palmucci.
Yes, and I'm not...
Excuse me.
She thinks he has court experience.
Excuse me. You can answer the question, do you think this nominee has court experience? That you can...
Thank you, Councilor Devaney, for the question regarding Attorney Palmucci. And again, I'm happy to be here to speak about him and on his behalf. I do believe that Attorney Palmucci has a lot of court experience. He is... I believe that well, I don't think you can put an amount of court experience on the role of a judge, but I do believe that court experience, trial experience is important. And Attorney Palmucci has shown, I believe, with his background, his work, 18 years as an attorney, that he's done civil and criminal work, and he has that trial experience. And in the district court, I believe that I've seen him do every thing that comes into district court on the criminal side. And as I said, but you might not have heard this portion of my remarks, he's also appeared in front of me regularly on civil matters, 209As and 258Es, which are a majority of what we see on a daily basis on the civil side in district court.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
He has definitely had the experience representing litigants in those civil matters and also on all the criminal matters from arraignment through to trial, sentencing, and post-conviction relief.
I agree. I like the idea that he's had more criminal cases than civil. And I think he has a good balance of both. And I just thought in meeting with him and his questionnaire, I was very happy. And I'm especially happy that he is that he has his own law practice because he chooses who he's going to represent. And I think that's important. It isn't like being in a, and I think it's great working for a district attorney or whatever, but you're given the case, the police gives you the report, you start from scratch. And I think, that's it. So I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, just want, Counsel, I know you came in late. Judge Bradley got into detail before you got here about Mr. Palmucci's court experience, both in the civil and criminal side. But having said that, I don't have any questions, Judge. I think you're doing a remarkable job. I want to echo the sentiments of Councilor Kennedy. I've never appeared, oh God, I don't know, 30 years. I don't know if I've ever appeared in the Hingham District Court, maybe once. Was Clerk Lgotti, was he in that court at one point? I think I went there once years ago. He's gone, yeah. Yeah, no, you're doing a great job. People who appear before you, they're not always happy, nor is anyone always happy with the decision, but you're fair. You let people speak. You treat people with respect and dignity, and that's all we can ask of anyone. And it's great to see you again, and keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's nice to be here.
Next, we'll hear from City Councilor Nina Lang. Good morning.
Councilor Devaney, Councilor Jubinville, Councilor Ferreira, Councilor Iannella, Councilor Duff, Councilor Kennedy, and Councilor Hurley, I believe, is tuning in virtually. My name is Nina Yang, and I'm here in my capacity as a four-term at-large city councilor in Quincy. It's an honor to appear in front of you this morning, not just because I have an opportunity to speak about a dear colleague, mentor, and friend, but because I have this opportunity at all. As a child of immigrants, I was born and raised in a city that I now get to represent, but the road here hasn't been an easy one. However, I count myself lucky to still be here today, and one of the reasons is Brian Palmucci. Growing up, my grandmother raised my 3 siblings, 10 cousins, and me with one underlying mission: to leave any place we are better than we find it. I never understood how that could translate to public service. It certainly wasn't taught what it meant with respect to civic engagement, much less elected office. What it meant instead was to keep your head down, to keep quiet, get by with what you've got, and that no one is going to do the work for you. It led us to starting a few mom and pop restaurants, which then led to what's today the JP Fuji Group. The process of this growth and transition for my family meant good and bad growing pains. The good was the plethora of opportunities to engage directly with communities, hiring locally, donating our resources to local causes, and getting active in our service back to those who had given us so much. The bad, however, was feeling like despite all of it, we still weren't being engaged on the decision-making process that effectively decided if we were going to be able to keep our doors open day to day. It was in that frustration that someone said to me, "Well, then you should run for city council." I laughed and told the person I didn't know what a city councilor was, much less how to run for it. I voted all of twice up until that point in the presidential election, despite my neighbor across the street being a city councilor and my neighbor down the street being a state rep. I'll tell you what either of them did. But I was lucky. I had amazing mentors in the industry to help me, and surprisingly, even for myself, I got elected to serve my city. I thought that was the biggest hurdle I'd had to get over, but it wasn't. When you're running, no one tells you that getting elected is one thing, but actually doing the job you're elected to do is an entirely different beast. After, of course, they tell you it's like drinking water from a fire hose. They tell you it's trial by fire. They tell you it's learning to ride the bike and building it at the same time. Imagine that each of you here know to some extent what I mean. I knew what I wanted to get done, but I had zero idea on how I was supposed to do it. I floundered, I made mistakes, I had too many questions, and sometimes didn't even know what questions to ask. Despite growing up in the city, serving my community in many different capacities, and running a local business, when it came to serving it as an elected official, something people voted me in and trusted me to do, I was lost. I was the youngest person serving on the council, only one of 3 women, and the only Chinese American having ever served that city. I felt the weight of everything and was confident I knew nothing. But again, I was lucky. Out of the 8 colleagues I served with, one of them reached out and introduced themselves. And that person was Brian Palmucci. He taught me what Robert's rules were and how to use them properly to move through and engage in a council meeting. He taught me the different types of legislation that could be introduced and how to write them to make sure my point was succinct and direct. He taught me how to digest a budget, big legislation that we take up as a body, and how to communicate effectively with those who work in City Hall to get things done. Someone once told me very early on, know the power of your voice. Brian is the one who taught me what that actually meant. In the last 7 years, our relationship went from colleague to mentor to friend. For those who don't know, as much as Quincy has changed over the years, it's still got a long way to go. One of the changes I wanted to make was to create an LGBTQ commission. I remember over the course of 3 years, doing research, visiting other communities and commissions, writing and rewriting legislation, Brian finally gave me the push I needed to get over the finish line. As a champion of LGBTQ issues well before my time on the council, Brian was the partner I needed to make it happen. He did. Shortly thereafter, during the Black Lives Matter movement and Stop Asian Hate, Brian approached me to ask the question that was on all of our minds. What are we going to do to address this? The difference with Brian, though, is that he didn't stop until we found a solution. He was unafraid, as a cis, straight, white man, to admit that he didn't know what he didn't know, but that alone shouldn't mean inaction. In fact, he stressed, it meant being responsible for educating oneself and creating opportunities to make sure that the people most impacted had a safe space to be heard. He extended the invitation to all of us on the City Council to lead a listening series and spearheaded the initiative to hold a series of community conversations to hear from everyone in the community on all sides of the issue. The takeaway from these meetings was a resounding one, that we needed a dedicated DEI person to make sure that we, as a city, were going to be effective in addressing these issues. We all knew that this was a need, but Brian was the one who knew how to get it done. Today, we not only have a DEI position that's been created and funded for our entire city, but a designated one for our schools as well. Many people had turned outside to find ways to get this done. All we had to do was turn to Brian, and we were lucky. Don't get me wrong, we didn't always stand side by side on issues. We haven't always seen eye to eye, and we've had our fair share of uncomfortable conversations. And it has been through these disagreements that we've come out on the other side stronger, better legislators, and ultimately better public servants. See, the thing about Brian is, we can disagree about every issue there is, but at the end of the day, I know his intention is one that I'll never disagree with. He cares deeply, is thoughtful, does his homework, and above all else, listens. In this day and age, especially in public service, these qualities that make Brian who he is are rare. He knows when to step up and when to step back. Many times I've relied on him, again, as the experienced, cis, straight, white man, to lead an initiative or piece of legislation for me. Many times he's pushed back and reminded me that my voice has power as well, that I am here just as he is, elected to serve and work for our community. He has been unapologetic in his confidence in me, and it's given me the push that I still sometimes need today to lean into the power of my voice. It's still not easy, but he's at least made it possible for me. He sees the best in you when you can't see it in yourself. Even coming to speak to you all this morning, my first reaction when asked was that I am not qualified to do this. I am just a daughter of immigrants, keeping my head down, trying to get by. I'm only here in front of you today because Brian sees and continues to remind me of that power of my voice. So preparing for this moment this morning, I thought a lot about what I wanted to say to you. And I recognize that for a hearing on someone else, I've spoken a lot about me. But I want you all to know that the reason that I have is so that you can all know that as a person before you today, the kid who was a newcomer that everyone bet against, the counselor who was the youngest and was never taken seriously, the council president who was the first minority to ever serve our city, the woman who could be in the State House to testify in front of the Governor's Council. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Brian. And I'm just one person out of many who've been lucky enough to come across him. He embodies what public service means, and he's mastered how to do it well. That in and of itself may not be unique. What is unique about Brian is that he takes every opportunity to pass that along. Brian is a rising tide that raises all ships, and the only singular reason I can think of to not appoint him today is that I selfishly don't want you to take away my tide. However, as someone who has dealt with the system myself, who's had friends who've dealt with the system, and I've heard one too many stories of those who have found themselves dealing with the system, what I would have wanted for myself and those others is to have had a public servant like Brian, someone who's selfless, who listens, who is smart, deeply caring, and genuine, and understands the weight of the role that we take on in these spaces, and has remained steadfast in serving our community with that in mind. I know he will carry that on in his work, not only as an associate justice, but whatever else his future holds. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilor Devaney?
I walked in your shoes. I identify with you. And you know what? All politics is local. I was a city councilor for almost 30 years. We're the ones who get the call on Christmas and Thanksgiving. Someone that has a broken pipe and flooded in front of their house. So I know that. And we have a little something together. You were the first electricity from York, and I am the first Italian American woman ever elected since 1780 on this council. So, but no, so you know, and what you said is what very much live by on all elected positions, that you can disagree, but when it's over, have respect for each other. You know, don't publicly embarrass or humiliate or work against. And you said it all. And here's an example. And I'm sure there were times when you were on different paths, whether it was a two-family or a single family. That blew my mind. I couldn't believe that. But so you said it beautifully. So if you would sum it all up, working with Attorney Palmucci these years, what do you think he brings to the bench? What quality?
Thank you for your service. It's not easy. 30 years. I'm 7 years in, and it's already enough sometimes to put me past my age. I mean, look, I'll be very frank with all of you. Again, I'm not, growing up the way that I have been, I'm not super familiar with government and politics and how it's supposed to work. And I've been lucky enough mostly to not understand how the justice systems work from being on the other side of it. And so, understanding now what this role means in my experience with, I refer to him as Counselor Palmucci, is that, it has to be somebody that can see all sides of an issue and approach it from that perspective, right? Taking your own biases, putting it to the side and coming into a situation, looking at the facts in front of you, and truly digesting all of that. And again, that's where I think we've come to be so close, is that I'm steadfast on my side of the issue. And even if he's completely on the opposite side, he'll take the time to sit down and listen and truly listen, right? And ask questions, and before he makes a decision, say, why I may not agree with you on this, I want to understand truly what your side.
Respect each other's opinions, even if it differs. That's the important thing.
He's taught me how to do that, I think, pretty well in the
Yeah,
last
right,
7 years.
right.
I'm grateful for
Well,
that.
your testimony means a lot because you've worked with him now how many years?
7 years now.
7 years. So you really know when there's been something that's really upsetting that has come up. You have a disgruntled person coming, the podium, and he's handled it. So you think his temperament is good enough.
100%. Yeah. Again, I think that a lot of my success is attributed to what I've learned from him over the years, and I'm in a hearing. So, you think, yeah, she's supposed to say that, but I say that genuinely. I mean, if you look back at who I was when I was 27, running for the first time and not understanding how to even vote on things. I mean, jokes coming up here that this is how we sit in the chambers, but it has always been how we sat, because he'll lean over and say, Nina, it's okay. Pause for a minute, take your time and read through this. And when you're ready, you can speak, you know?
Your testimony means a lot to me and continued success as a counselor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Any other, Counselor Duff?
Just thank you, Counselor, for your testimony. Frankly, when you called me and said you were testifying, that probably had more influence. The extended work you do in this community, in this state that you didn't speak about, it had more impact probably than anybody else. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Yeah, your testimony was very compelling, and thank you very much for coming.
So thank you.
Thank you. Next, that will exhaust the list of people speaking on behalf of Mr. Palmucci. Is there anyone here who wants to speak in opposition to Mr. Palmucci? You want to come over here, sir, identify yourself?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gregory Katapodis, and I sent you about 10 days ago a sworn statement of 16 pages with about 20 exhibits based on my first involvement with Mr. Palmucci, who I did not meet until just a few moments ago out in the hall, and we had a pleasant exchange. And so I deeply regret that I'm here in opposition to his appointment.
You could change your opinion.
I could, and I might. But here is the issue. I outlined it in some detail, in fact, in tedious detail. But I think as I mentioned, I work as a volunteer, mostly with minority communities, and came across an instance of a Vietnamese mechanic in Dorchester who lives in Quincy on Furnace Brook Parkway and wanted a variance to replace a house in which his family has lived for a number of years. And in hearing about the case, and then personally examining it and getting into more detail, it raised a number of disturbing issues for me. And the first thing I did was contact Ward Councilor Palmucci for records of hearings and whatever, because he had characterized, and as a counselor, you know this, there's always opposition to change, particularly when it comes to zoning and variance. People like things the way they were or are, but that is not a valid justiciable reason to turn down a legitimate request where there are no problems. And as part of the process in Quincy, which I must say I found to be a rather insular one, where everybody knows everybody and sort of has some processes that they follow that might not be viewed as customary. I, as I say, first contacted Mr. Palmucci because he had held what was a de facto hearing of the neighborhood to get input on this variance. I asked for any records because he had sent out a letter the following day after the hearing to his constituents telling them there was strong and insurmountable opposition to this application. And I was unaware of any, and in talking to Mr. Trong, had not heard of any. So I wanted to see if there was a record. Mr. Palmucci responded that it wasn't, in fact, a hearing, it was just a neighborhood gathering. But he did not keep records of the meeting. He did not know, for example, how many people were in attendance, what they said. He didn't keep any names and addresses of opponents, so it was impossible to address any of their concerns. And then I began looking into it a little further because in my experience, I have been city council member, and in fact, the president of the council where I lived. And where there's strong and insurmountable opposition, you usually expect people to show up at hearings with pitchforks and torches. And in checking the record through Freedom of Information, there was only one letter in opposition to this particular application. To make a long story short, that application was withdrawn for reasons that still escape me, because the attorney hired to handle this case, former Mayor Phelan of Quincy, who assured his client that he could get this done, he wouldn't take the case, withdrew it without consulting with his accountant.
I just have one,
It's not about Mr. Phelan.
just a quick question so I know where you're coming from. Somebody applied for a variance, and just so I get a clearer picture, a variance to build another house, a house on a lot that was not, give me that sense, I don't know what.
They had an existing lot. The house that he lived in had been originally built in 1880.
How big was that lot?
I'm not sure. I don't have the dimension.
Okay.
I have the whole,
That's okay, that's okay.
but he met the dimensional requirements, and every other lot on that block had been subdivided to allow for the addition of
Is this a single-family home at this
a
point?
single-family home. But at the time that he had submitted the original application, because his existing home had been grandfathered in as a two-family home, his architect thought that they should apply for a two-family. I don't know where they got that. And they should have been advised by Mr. Phelan that it wasn't going to fly.
And what is your, and I got it, then I'll let you continue. Who do you, did you represent, how are you involved in this case, other than it just?
I'm a volunteer, as I stated in the material that I sent you. I was doing an academic project about assimilation of Asians into various Massachusetts communities. And I came across this one and started out investigating it and arrived at a reluctant conclusion.
Okay, so you weren't involved in the case, you didn't appear in front of the board, the zoning board? I got, and then I'll let you continue. Did you said you first met Mr. Palmucci today, so you had no contact with Mr. Palmucci?
I had no previous contact, no animus, no political.
Trying to get the sense how he's involved with you and
He's involved because he was the first person I contacted concerning the original application, which to seek information about the case and further study. And as this thing went along, that was over a year ago. What ultimately happened is Mr. Trong withdrew his application and through his architect submitted a new application which better conformed and addressed the one issue raised by one resident who did not live on the block but lived in the neighborhood. So they withdrew that application and submitted a totally new application. And if I could, let me jump to the case. In that application,
I'm trying to get to the point, sir, with all due respect to you. We're here on the nomination of Mr. Palmucci as to whether or not he should be a judge of the district court. If you could tell us your opinion as to his temperament, as to his legal experience, something. I mean, you're talking about a zoning case, which, to be totally honest with you, I don't think anyone has any idea what's going on. Let me just finish on this zoning matter and how he's even involved. And, you know, I'll give you another couple of minutes, but other than that, I mean, I'm lost to find out what you're.
address it specifically. Let me refer to you. I sent you, as I say, 36 pages ahead of time so that you could read what I had to say and the rationale in terms of my opposition. I also, Exhibit 1 is a letter written by Mr. Palmucci. I think we would all agree that the English language is the stock and trade of a lawyer. and their use of language and their attention to details is important as a lawyer. The first thing you noticed in this letter is that he has the wrong address. Okay, let's type that up to a typo. It's just a mistake. But what he does in this letter is conflate two different cases and draw the same conclusion that there was strong and insurmountable opposition for which there is not one shred of evidence, not a letter, not an email, not a phone call, nothing on record at City Hall in opposition, just his opinion. He caused this case, he exerted undue political influence with an independent board, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, by writing this letter and pressing them. Now, this is a board over which he has confirmation appointment. The mayor appoints and the council confirms.
Shaking their head no, that they don't. Both of the councils are shaking their head, they don't have confirmation authority over it.
It says it in,
I gotta say, it's getting a little out of hand. Let's just, okay, let him continue, but we,
at any rate, he goes on from there. Another thing that a lawyer, I did not know he was a lawyer, and it came as a shock to me. You asked about his qualifications. What sort of lawyer denies due process? He does not allow the proponent of the case to appear before the neighborhood and make their case. And then in the second case, he cancels that hearing altogether and does not hold it. In addition to that, he does what I would call prior restraint in urging the board to reject any further applications. So when you talk about a judge being fair, you talk about judicial temperament, a lack of bias, treating all people equally, et cetera, should be part of judicial temperament. But the most disturbing thing, and I'll end on this, is what he says in his own words is the reason for objecting to this. Another reason is because it threatens the sanctity of the neighborhood. I wrote him a letter on July 22nd in response to this letter, asking him for clarification and saying point blank, this is disturbing to me. It implies it's being used now by extremist groups in terms of sanctity of marriage, and Webster defines sanctity as purity. What do you mean by sanctity of the neighborhood? He refused to respond to that. I also asked that we consult with the Attorney General on the process and whether or not the hearings that he's been holding without keeping records, which are the basis for his objections, should be codified. No answer to that.
thank you for your testimony. Any of the councilors have any questions of the witness? Councilor Devaney,
This is a matter of the zoning board.
excuse me.
Not Counselors, so I don't understand why this is coming
I
here.
know, that's right. Do you have any questions of this gentleman?
Okay, first of all, if you had a question of this nominee, I can't believe that you never contacted him, and this is the first time you met him after you sent us 30-something pages.
I had a year of contact with him. I have dozens of emails. I have.
To meet him, to talk with him, talk this over.
He referred me to the city solicitor. In my initial contact with him, I offered to meet with him. He referred me to the city attorney.
But as a counselor, we don't vote on these issues. This is a zoning board issue to make a decision.
I understand that. But you do vote to consider some members of the board.
Oh, my goodness.
And let me just say one other, now that I do not follow your reasoning, because I fully understand what's going on here. You know, I kept asking myself, why would a very well-connected city councilor have to even put in writing what he's put in writing? And the reason is because these are campaign pieces being sent out to constituents to portray himself as a neighborhood preservationist. They're being sent at city expense with misinformation, It's just not true. There was no strong and insurmountable opposition. But let me say this.
Say this, sir, with all due respect, we have a busy schedule.
And I see where this is going.
Appreciate you.
Let me just say this. The next step for me, I've already made contact with the Justice Department and the Office of Civil Rights. And the next step will be to carry it to them and the new Attorney General.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, Attorney Palmucci, before we hear from you, if you have any family or people that you'd like to introduce, you can do that at this time.
Yes, my wife Allison is with me, as is the Honorable Justice Bob Arnaz and the Honorable Justice Catherine Hahn.
Thank you. At this point, we'll hear from you, sir.
Yes, I first want to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for putting their faith in me and submitting this nomination for your consent. I'd also like to thank the members of the council for taking the time and either talking with me or meeting with me one-on-one and reviewing my background information ahead of today. As you saw from my application materials, I've spent my professional career as a litigator in both criminal and civil matters. I'm well-versed in the type of cases that come before a district court judge. If confirmed, I believe the most valuable attribute or quality that I would bring to the bench is that of my life experiences. Grew up in a working class family. Neither of my parents went to college. I wasn't expected to go to college. I did. I graduated UMass Amherst with honors. I put myself through law school at night while working full-time during the day, including as a furniture mover for Gentle Giant. I was neither a giant nor very gentle with people's furniture, I can assure you. I have a unique background, having been a prosecutor, a defense attorney, a victim, and even a defendant at one time. My history with domestic violence, with abuse, and the child welfare system have made me an empathetic person who can appreciate the experiences of those who would appear me before the district court. It's those experiences that have shaped who I am, both professionally and personally. It's that background that's guided my service for the last 12 years as a city councilor in Quincy. Quincy, as you know, is both a culturally and economically diverse city, which requires patience, understanding, and compassion to serve well. The district that I serve is the most economically and ethnically diverse district in the city. Through my experience in government, I've learned the importance of doing what's right, even when it's not popular. As I've strived to carry out my duties with sound judgment, I've never let the sting of criticism sway me. I'm proud of the work that I've done, and I understand that not everyone's happy with decisions I've made in the past, but I stand by them. I've dedicated my adult life to public service and the law. I see the district court as the intersection where those two areas come together. I'd be honored to have the opportunity to continue my service to both as an associate justice of the district court. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Duff, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Attorney Palmucci, and thank you for your patience. What, if you send to the district court, what do you expect to be the biggest challenge you're going to face there?
Well, I think quite frankly, it depends on which court you're sitting in. I think there are different challenges in different courts. I think from my observations, my experiences in the district court, I think one of the most important things for me would be to make sure we put people on an equal footing, regardless of what their cultural background or what their economic background is. So I think that's probably one of the more difficult endeavors of the court to undertake.
That's an interesting answer.
Interesting in a good way?
No, it's just interesting. I've never heard anyone say that was the biggest challenge they would be facing.
I think when you think about bail, sorry.
My suggestion always be just answer the questions, then you got follow-up.
Sorry.
No, I'm not criticizing at all. It's
Well,
It's very interesting. What do you, how do you feel about community courts?
I think they play an important role in the process. I think they're helpful.
How? I mean, give me something.
Sure. I mean, I think anytime.
Tell me, give me some.
Sure. I think anytime you can have a specialization in any of the specialized courts that we have.
That's different from a community court. Those aren't the same. I don't consider them the same thing at all.
Well, I think I consider them similar in a sense that you have a different approach to the way in which you're administering justice. Good.
Do you think community courts have a different way of administering justice?
I think from a justice standpoint, you're looking at how you can do things a little bit different than perhaps have been done in the past. So I think in that way that they do.
What do you think about the whole notion from the past administration and this administration, and I'm going to suspect into the next administration, of moving to the hub court system?
Quite frankly, I'm not familiar with it. I was not familiar with the policy change.
How do you feel, what's been your experience employing technology since the COVID crisis in how it's continuing to be used? And what role do you see yourself in that?
Sure. I mean, I think technology plays an important role in the court system now. It obviously was crucial during COVID. I think it provides the court an opportunity to reach people in a way that they haven't been reached before. It allows public to watch, whereas you don't have to go down to the courthouse. You may feel, folks may have felt encumbered.
The public can tune in to watch somebody's hearing?
It's a public session.
In the public session? Okay, so what if it's a, no, well, go ahead.
Sure, and I think more importantly, it allows folks the opportunity to be in court without perhaps some of the economic burden that they would have otherwise faced. I think of someone who's low income, who's an hourly employee, or has childcare issues. They're paying for someone, or they're missing hours. They can't just take a day off of work. They're missing time from work to appear in court. Now, that's whether they're a defendant, a victim, or someone who's seeking a restraining order. So the opportunity to appear virtually, I think, has a leveling effect on the playing field for folks.
Right. I agree with you. I think the way the courts have employed the technology has been brilliant, and hopefully they will continue to do so. You're 48 years old?
No,
40?
I'm 44. My wife informs me, yeah.
Do you think you're old enough to be on the bench?
I think I have the experience to be on the bench. I don't know what age plays a role.
Here's my concern. You're really young. You're one of our youngest. And nothing against your experience and everything, but that's a long time to sit. What's your long-term game plan? What's your goal?
I don't have one. I don't.
You just want to be a district court judge the rest of your life?
Yeah, I like public service. I love the law, as I said.
You've never thought about what you would do next?
Mm-hmm.
That's stunning. I'm serious. I'm not saying that as a criticism. I'm shocked. I don't know many people that haven't thought about where they're going to be in their life.
I've always been a very ambitious person, but I'll have to tell you, with politics and things, I'll have to tell you the birth of my children really sapped any ambition I had, and I really just focus on the service.
I'm finished for now.
Thank you very much. Councilor Kennedy.
I don't have any questions, but I already know you. Being around the courts and seeing you in there in the job you do, you definitely have the temperament. You definitely have the experience, and you have what I know Council INL likes a lot: private practice experience, paying the bills, paying for the lights, paying for the secretary, knowing what it's like for the lawyers that come before you. And how difficult it can be in private practice. So you're a home run. Got a call from Dan Conley last night. I told you about that. I have had multiple calls. Judge Harness chased me down the hall one day to sit down and talk with you. You're a home run. I'll be for you next week. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor DiPaolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
We had a good conversation, and one of the things we talked about was municipal government, and I served on my city's planning board, so I felt some affinity with some of the things we discussed. I did want to ask you just a couple questions for the record of the hearing. So we talked a little bit about balancing rehabilitation, deterrence, and public safety. And could you just share how you would articulate balancing those factors?
Sure. I think At the district court level, you need to, or I certainly would, take the initial approach of rehabilitation. I would look to see whether rehabilitation is possible first before I look towards punishment.
How would you determine that?
It depends on the facts and circumstances of both the case as well as the person's background, their record.
Well, if they have a record they've been in and they clearly have a substance abuse issue they're dealing with, and you see that track record in their history. In that case, is rehabilitation the priority?
In that hypothetical, I think rehabilitation is always potential for someone who's suffering from mental health issues or substance abuse issues. Now, obviously, the line between,
How many strikes does someone get?
I would never put a number on it. I think every situation is different. I would approach it, every situation, with an open mind.
Okay. And you spent time working on sexually dangerous person cases, is that correct?
I did.
And you took some of those to trial?
Every single one goes to trial.
And how many of those about did you?
I'd say probably 60.
So a sexually dangerous person is different than someone, I suppose, with a substance abuse issue. Certainly the risk to public safety is very different.
It's different.
What's rehabilitation like in that scenario compared to substance abuse or?
So under the 123A regime, a person, if they're found to be a sexually dangerous person, they are committed from a day to life for the rehabilitation and treatment of their sexual proclivities, which is based on a mental abnormality or a personality disorder. And they're sent to a special prison facility that we have in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts Treatment Center, which focuses on sexual behavior therapy. So I think the point is that they be rehabilitated. And they have a right to annual petition for a review by a jury. It's an annual petition in the statute, but it logistically happens about once every 3 years.
You see overlap between the potential for rehabilitation in those two very different populations?
I think everybody has the ability to change themselves with help and perhaps without help.
Have you seen occasions where people you think were sexually dangerous were released into the community?
Yes. And I've seen cases where I thought someone wasn't sexually dangerous and they were held.
We had a good conversation, so I don't need to ask any more questions, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ferrara.
Thank you. You and I spoke several times, and I appreciate the fact that you also have civil experience. It's important to bring to the bench as well. Councilor Iannella was a big fan of yours early on, told me I needed to vote for you, and you were the real deal, and I have come to know that myself. So without laboring things, you have my support next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Juvenville.
Thank you. How you doing? So I've known you since you were DA in Norfolk. Let me ask you a question. Assuming you get this position and you go to the court as a chief judge in that court, right?
Hopefully.
What do you perceive the role of a chief judge of a court is on the other judges in the court?
Good question. You're asking me something that I haven't experienced yet, but I would imagine, my understanding of it is that the chief judge in the court, their role is to assign judges to the different sessions. You're asking me if that would have any effect on the decisions I make? It would not. I would make my own decisions. I've learned as a city councilor, you have to be able to stand by your decisions, and when you let other people unduly influence you, then you can't stand behind those positions.
So do you perceive the chief judge as your boss if you go to that court?
No. I would see them as a resource if I need it, especially if I'm fortunate enough to be appointed in the early portions of my career. I'd imagine I would rely upon those individuals because they have the experience, but I wouldn't make decisions based on anything.
You've had trials in your life, right?
Yes.
So it's come to my attention that in certain courts, if you're scheduled for a trial, show up that day ready to go for trial. The DA talk about the case and you agree to settle it, plea. And it's come to my attention that in some courts, you cannot plead if your case is scheduled for trial. Did you ever hear that?
I have not.
Think about it.
If I'm fortunate enough to sit on the bench, that would not be a policy that I would put in place. I think a defendant has the absolute right to change their plea at any time, including in the middle of a trial if they so choose.
Arraignment until the jury
Comes
determines
back.
guilty or innocent, right?
Correct.
You would allow somebody to plead.
Absolutely.
Have you ever heard of jury waive trials?
Yes.
You ever had any?
Yes.
So, there's some sort of an idea that lawyers judge shop. Have you ever heard that?
I have heard the term.
I don't know what it means after 43 years, but tell me what you think it means.
I honestly, not. I think it means, again, based on my understanding, is that lawyers will try and pick the best judge for their client in the particular case. I find the term shopping to be, I don't know, condescending. I mean, I think it's,
So
how as an advocate is to do the best you can.
I haven't been able to figure out how to do that. I might like to learn how to do that. But if I show up and my case is for trial in a court, I don't have the ability to know what judge is sitting, right? And unless I go to somebody, a judge or a clerk, and say, hey, can you take my case out of courtroom 1 and send it to courtroom 3, which I don't think anybody would do for me, and I would make a fool out of myself by asking. So as a litigator, don't you have an obligation to jury waive with certain judges and not other judges?
I think as an advocate for your client, you are duty bound to do what's in the best interest of your client in that case. And if that means, in your belief that one judge would be better for your client than another judge, then I think you 100% are duty bound and obligated professionally to do everything you can to have the case heard.
Case is on for trial. So I get asked a lot, well, is it going to be a jury waive trial or a judge trial? I said, I don't know at this point. I can't make that decision. 7 Supreme Judicial Court judges have said, in the seat you're in, that it would be ineffective assistance of counsel and malpractice. Leave a jury before you know what judge you're going to be before.
I would agree with that.
Agree with that?
Yes.
That's all I have for you.
Just want to, thank you, just want to just add one thing to, it was my recollection. The 5 or 6, I forget, folks who appeared before us going to the SJC, I think 5 or 6, I forget, said it would be malpractice if you didn't judge shop. I heard your answer, but actually the question was actually asked them, judge shop. Whatever judge shop means to each one, I don't know, but they thought it would be potentially malpractice if someone didn't judge shop. Sure, Councilor Jumbo.
I just want to let you know that Dan Conley called me on your behalf, and Councilor Ryan Nulla was very supportive of you right from the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to hear, my fault, Mary Hurley. She's on WebEx.
Thank you, Councilor Iannella. I'm on WebEx. I pushed some button that screwed up my video. So I'm here, but you can't see me, but I can see you. I think there's an elephant in the room that I'd like to deal with, and that is the gentleman that spoke in opposition. I don't quite understand. I was a city councilor before I was mayor of Springfield. And if we kept the kind of notes that he says you should have kept, we would have needed another city hall. That's just not the way as a city councilor I operated. I would go to meetings, large or small. We had different communities that were represented, and it actually had locations to go to. You get a sense of what's going on, and you do whatever you think is right as it relates to that. I'd like to hear from you as to what this whole thing is all about. First of all, if they're asking for a variance, then they're asking to do something with the property that is not permitted under the zoning laws. Is that correct in Quincy?
That is correct.
All right, can you just tell me in 1,000 words or less, or maybe 100 words or less, just what this whole thing was all about?
I honestly wish I knew, Counselor. I really don't. There was a variance sought by an individual who was represented by very competent counsel. I had a community meeting. I don't keep a video log of that. I don't keep a check-in. It was by Zoom. I also, folks grab me when I'm at the playground with my kids, when I'm grocery shopping, and they express opinions to me all the time. I don't keep notes and records of that, but I do get a sense of whether or not people support a project or they do not. In this particular case, I had a community meeting. I told the attorney representing the applicant that there was going to be a lot of neighbors in opposition. So we advised this client to withdraw the application. They did so. At some later date, they refiled it. The city council does not confirm the zoning board. We have no authority or control over the zoning board. In my role as a city councilor, I'm an advocate. I'm a voice for the neighborhood that I represent. This particular neighborhood and the residents of it were against an individual adding 2 additional single-family homes on a plot of land that was too small to hold 1. So he wanted a total of 3. It did not fit the neighborhood. Neighbors did not want it. I expressed that opinion to the zoning board. I'm sorry that Mr. Katopoulos has only had this limited interaction with me in which he had a, I didn't do, I did everything that I do in hundreds of cases over the course of 12 years, which is advocate for my constituents.
All right, so obviously, to put 3 houses on a plot of land that had trouble fitting 1 is absurd and has nothing to do with bias against a particular nationality. And I'm afraid that this gentleman has jumped to far out conclusions that have nothing to do with reality. And I think he owes you an apology, whether in writing or in person. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that the community had every right to be upset, and it had nothing to do with ethnicity. But I think that's important for people to know. At one point in time when I was running for mayor, somebody in the audience accused me of being anti-Semitic. And I said, that's pretty strange because my boyfriend, then fiance and husband happened to be Jewish. So people can say a lot of nasty things that have no basis in fact. So I'm sorry that you had to put up with those allegations. As for the rest of it, you and I talked. I think that the type of philosophy that you have will fit well in the district court. And I think you've got a good resume, and I do not feel in any way, shape, or form that the opponent who spoke against you made any kind of a case whatsoever in terms of you being prejudiced or biased against any nationality. So I intend to vote for you next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Thank you for all the time you afforded me. I really appreciate that. It's important to me. I'm full-time. I've met with everyone, probably 1,000 in 23 years. I want to know the whole person, and I really got to know you. First of all, to put this aside, the governor appoints 21 employees who have an awesome responsibility to choose someone to recommend for a judgeship or clerk magistrate. And they work hard. I have an issue with the chair because he's never had the 21 people there. He only has 10 or 12, but I can't do anything about it in this administration. So how many were there?
My JNC interview, it was difficult to tell because half were on a giant screen and half were seated, but if I had to estimate, I'd say maybe 12 to 14.
Yeah, right. So, so at least 6 people didn't see you or hear you. But anyway, with that aside, I have to tell you, you bring a life experience that I don't see in 23 years. And it's so needed. Abuse, domestic violence, you've lived it. So when these people come before you, you've walked in their shoes. That's important to me. So let me get this aside. As an elected city councilor, what does that experience bring to you as a judge? What does that bring to you?
Sure. So I guess as a city council, I've really, especially representing Quincy, I've learned that you have to communicate with different people in different ways. So Quincy is 30% Asian American. And I've come to learn through the course of my city council that in particular Asian cultures, especially we have a lot of immigrants from China. They come from an authoritative government where their first instinct isn't to call the government for help, isn't to call the city councilor to try and get something done. And so you need to develop a different way to communicate folks. And so when it comes to perhaps a neighborhood where there's an issue going on, which is predominantly Asian, instead of just sending a letter, I might go and knock on doors and talk to folks to put a face to them. So
I've been there, and you can't please everyone. Have been there, partial, and we're not going to see here happy. I would bring this up. It's personal. It's interesting. I need that. And I think it's important because we need judges who have mental health and substance abuse experience, and you do. And you have as much experience in the Superior Court as you do in the District Court, which I think is outstanding. I like that you were in your own practice and you chose your but getting back to your personal, someone else in your position as a judge could never understand that person before you. Two young boys. So it's difficult to even say, who were forced to have sexual encounter with each other, how that affects their lives for the rest of their lives. And you're abused by a family friend, and domestic abuse with your mother and you. So I think you have an understanding, and not only when you're representing that person, but what I would talk with you and seen from your application, you really got involved with that person, and you really revealed yourself, which usually an attorney doesn't do that. So tell me, with these people who have been sexually abused, how do we help them? I have a friend, and his daughter was sexually abused at a daycare center, and it was all over Massachusetts. And she was 4 years old. She's the most beautiful looking girl you'd ever see. She's been engaged twice, and she's never been involved in a lasting commitment because of that. So they really have taken their lives away from these children. What kind of remedy do you try to give these people?
sure,
As a judge, what would you, and as your experience as a lawyer?
sure, sexual abuse or any abuse, physical abuse will deprive somebody of a certain sense of security. They approach life, I think, in a different way. And I think one of the things that we can do in the criminal justice system, even in the civil justice system, is to understand trauma and the effect that it has on people, and take that knowledge with us when we're, if I'm fortunate enough to oversee cases like that, and to understand that, when you're weighing credibility and you're weighing, as Councilor DiPaolo had asked, whether or not rehabilitation is something that's possible. I think you have to take everything into account that someone has gone through in their life and make those kind of determinations.
The other thing is, we hear about it, but really people don't really center on it and realize that postpartum, stress disorder is prevalent with our service people. And what do you see? Do you think we're doing enough, and what can we do?
I think we can always do more.
Oh, sure.
I think over the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so, the courts have really tried to do more, and it's heading in the right direction. One of the cases I cited in my application, and actually the case that Judge Bradley was talking about today, was a service member who did 2 tours of duty in Iraq, came back, had complex PTSD, and he turned to heroin. And so he was someone without a record, and he went through this situation where he gets into this incident with police, and I knew it wasn't him. And that's why I worked so hard to try and help him, not just with the criminal case, but also through his addiction. And he's doing wonderful today. We'll never see him back in court unless he's there for jury duty.
And, I'm time, so I can't go into the different cases because that I'm really concerned about. But to me, your life experience is so rounded, and you can understand, you lived it, you've been there. And so you can identify with these people. What do you think that's your greatest strength that you're bringing?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I do too.
I think you have to understand people in order to judge them, or to judge them.
You can say, I understand to someone, but I can say it, but I don't know what that must be. It must be powerful to live that every day, because we grow up trusting family and family friends. And if you can't trust them, and how many of them are not believed? How many of them go to a mother and the mother doesn't believe them? And that's that's why we need a judge that has lived it and is understanding of it. So I'm concerned with drug addiction. And I see it, and we're not winning the battle, that's for sure. And so there's not enough drug rehab, and I've been talking about that. What do you see as a judge that you can do for someone that is addicted? Not a criminal, not a bad person. What can you do?
First and foremost, I think, is understand the nature of addiction, and understand the nature of sobriety. Sobriety isn't a straight line. Someone might have a relapse. They might be before you after being sober for a year and have a traumatic, a parent pass away or something, and then they use, and then they're before you for a bad screen on a drug test. And so I think the best thing that you can do is have an understanding that sobriety isn't A to B. It's a whole windy path to get. So you have to understand people and the nature of addiction.
Have you followed up on some of these people that you really got close to, that you identify with, and you identified yourself as knowing that you have walked in their shoes? Do you follow up after the case is over?
I do. Yeah, they wanted to come here, and some of them wanted to come here, and I said, no, you can write a letter if you want. But no, I keep, I think any attorney will have clients who they formed a special bond with, keeping their heads in their hearts as they move forward.
This is kind of far afield, and it really doesn't relate to you. But I am concerned, and there's nothing done about it. There are women who drink through their whole pregnancy. They give birth to a baby that has. I have a friend who has a child like that. And it just seems like there's no penalty to that woman who has taken really a life away from this child. It has decreased their brain ability and their physical stature and everything. And it breaks my heart because I see that little boy. And I'm just wondering, why isn't there some law that we can prosecute people for doing that. I mean, there's health that was given to this particular woman, and she just father, and that's what happened to her little boy. I'm just wondering, is there any possibility there would be some kind of something like that?
As a judge, I don't make the laws. I would be ruling upon them, but I would respectfully disagree with your premise that that mother has taken the life. As a parent of a little boy who was born substance addicted, I can tell you that he lives a very full life, and his whole future is wide open to him.
It's so sad, it really is, because the father is so loving and he does everything for him. It's all, tries to get all kinds of, treatments for him and all. Now, as I said, there's a lot of the cases I really wanted you to talk about, but tell me about the writings. I like your writings, and that's very important, to be able to write. And so, I want to know about the guilty plea for Derek and in that case, there were two. Would you talk about that?
Sure. In that particular case, I filed an appeal on behalf of a client who he did not realize he was pleading guilty to two offenses, to an offense involving two victims. Both victims were listed on the application of complaint, but neither victim was listed on the complaint. I think it's important when a defendant is pleading guilty that they understand entirely what it is that they're admitting to have done. And I thought in this particular case, there was no record of the plea. There was no recording of the plea. I thought that it was the client did not realize, and this is from interacting with him. It's not illegal. He said, I didn't plead to that. What are you talking about? I said, no, it's right here. So we filed that appeal. Unfortunately, the appeals court disagreed.
I know the chair shares my feelings about having someone that's been in private practice, because you've been there. You have to pay the rent and pay for if the printer breaks, you gotta shovel the snow. But what I think of is when that person comes before you and they have a client, you are sensitive to that client knowing they're paying a lot for the lawyer. And I know everybody comes in at 9. But I think that you could make some kind of arrangement that you take that person first or whatever. How can that be done? Because it just seems like, everybody comes in at 9.
Sure. I think that the use of technology is something that can help with that a lot. In my private practice, I know I've had a court hearing in one part of the state at 9 and then very far away in a different court at 10, and I'm able to make both of them because I can do it by Zoom. So that's helped a lot.
But also, besides your private practice, you've been in the district attorney's office, you've been in the Department of Correction. Let's go back to the Department of
And
Correction.
excuse me,
I have been.
excuse me, Counselor,
Tell me.
Okay. 1 more minute. You have 1 more minute.
Isn't this awful? It's ridiculous. But anyway, so what I see in Bridgewater, and I'm going to throw this out, and it really doesn't apply to you, but I hope you'll remember this. I visited the prisons, and there are inmates in Bridgewater who are literally dying. They're not getting the medical help that they should. And there's someone over this whole correction system. And so you're the first person that I've thrown this out to, and I hope you'll look into that. Because every life is precious, and that could be your brother or your son or your father, whatever. And so I'm just wondering if there's some way that judges can look into that, because I'm particularly talking about Bridgewater, okay? And what I saw in the different prisons, there's a different climate. When I went to Norfolk, the prisoners were in, which I thought was great. They had, sport shirts and all that. When I went to Bridgewater, all uniforms, very regulated. Why isn't, I just want to throw that out. Why is one different than the other? They should all be community-based. I don't know. But I just want to give out my opinion. But I'm very pleased with your background. I mean, you have it all. And I'm just really pleased that you got through. Not if you sometimes the political jump the line. I've seen it through the years, and you made it. And I wish you all good luck, and I know you'll be a great judge.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you very much, Counselor. I don't have any questions. We had a lengthy conversation. We met for quite some time. I've known you over the years. I think you're going to be a great addition to the district court. If you can be half as good as Judge Bradley, you're going to do a great job. And you definitely have the temperament, the experience, and I look forward to putting your name before the council next week. Thank you very much.
September 21st of 2022, Executive Council, Council Chamber, State House, Boston, Mass. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Gloriann Moroney to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit the nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker. The vice is the Honorable Mary L. Amrine. So we have people speaking, I believe, in support and against. And I'm going to give each witness 3 minutes and to say what they want to say. And we'll start with the Honorable Holly Broadbent. To see you, Judge.
As well. Members of the Governor's Council, good morning. For those of you I have not met, my name is Holly Broadbent, and I'm a judge sitting in the Lawrence District Court. I'm truly happy to speak on Gloriann's behalf today, as she was not only my colleague for many years, but she is also my friend. My relationship with Gloriann began in 2002 when she joined the Suffolk District Attorney's Office, and I became her supervisor in 2006 when she joined the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Unit. In that capacity, I not only observed Gloriann while she was on trial, but actually tried cases with her. I know the council's had a chance to review the types of cases she's tried. Gloriann gained a reputation as a highly effective and well-prepared trial lawyer. She approached every case with the same principles in mind: to seek justice for victims, many of whom were the most fragile or vulnerable, to treat defendants, even those charged with the most heinous and almost unthinkable crimes, with the utmost fairness and compassion, and to represent the Commonwealth with the highest degree of ethics and fairness. Gloriann worked tirelessly to make thoughtful and careful sentencing recommendations that reflected not only a thorough consideration of the impact of the crime on the victim and the safety of the community, but also of the offender in any mitigating circumstances. These are the very same principles district court judges must apply to be effective in their job. Gloriann also became the chief of the Superior Court Child Abuse Unit in 2012, and as a supervisor, she was supportive and patient with them, but she also had the ability to offer them straightforward, constructive criticism, and they respected Gloriann for that. In my opinion, Gloriann's experience in handling the most complex and serious criminal investigations and trials, sexual assault and child abuse, make her uniquely qualified to be a district court judge. Because often those types of criminal investigations end with having to tell a victim that their case cannot be prosecuted for a variety of reasons. That experience and judgment would serve her well in the district court, where decisions often have to be made swiftly and to the disappointment of litigants. I firmly believe that if Gloriann is confirmed as a district court judge, she will be the kind of judge that the people of the Commonwealth would want on the bench, because she will make decisions that are fair and informed and supported by the merits of each individual case. I truly believe that Gloriann will always strive to do just that. Thank you for your time, councilors.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next, we will have the Honorable Michael Doolin.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone, and it's an honor to be back here in front of the Governor's Council testifying for Gloriann Moroney, who I've known since the first day she was a lawyer. Gloriann came into Dorchester District Court over 20 years ago, and I had the privilege of getting to know her both as an attorney and a person, and having gotten to meet her husband, Greg, as well. And she's just been a real great example of someone who has really come along in the court system and has just so many good qualities. I handled so many cases against her in the Dorchester Court and also in the Superior Court. She was always fair, approachable, open to suggestion, open-minded. She saw both sides of an issue. She's a great communicator. She was very fair and a good person. And I think the fundamental fairness and decency that she has as a human being, she'll bring to the bench. She was a very, very good trial attorney. She has experience, over 20 years of coming into court every day and trying cases. She's a good listener. She has great patience. She has a great demeanor. I think she's going to be a tremendous judge. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and tell you everything that I know about Gloriann, which is all exemplary.
We appreciate it. Any questions of Judge Doolin? Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's the witnesses in favor, witnesses against. I think I have the list here. Patty Guerin. He's what?
Hello, can
He's on
you hear
Zoom.
me?
Okay. Patty, you're on Zoom. You got 3 minutes.
All right, I wish I'd known ahead of time. I've got an awful lot to say, but here goes. I'm gonna forget all the intro stuff and go right to some issues. My view is that Miss Moroney has created a very dysfunctional parole board. I'm just gonna give you a very few examples quickly. She made promises of what she was gonna do on the board, improve commutations. Guess what? That didn't happen. We've had 2 commutations since she's been on there. 2 out of all of the many, many, many petitions that have been filed. She made promises to improve the termination procedure. Guess what? That didn't happen. Termination procedure, there's been 2 people who have had their paroles terminated out of the many, many, many people who were over sentenced during the 80s and 90s in our crackdown on crime. These are people who've been under parole supervision for decades doing excellent behavior and have been turned down. The board was sued over it, but the board said they would draft a regulation to try to control it. The regulation that was drafted is horrific. There was a public hearing 2 weeks ago. Plenty of people who are on parole showed up and testified against it, why it won't work. Lawyers testified against it. I can't imagine the parole board's going to do anything except publish the policy that they've got, and it's not working. The parole votes, I'm sure you're going to hear Ms. Moroney tell you that her parole votes are high and have gone up in the past year. That might be. I'm operating under the statistics that are published in the annual report from 2020, and that shows the opposite. The overall parole rate in 2020 was 46%, according to the published reports. That is down from the year before when it was 54, down from the year before in 2018 when it was 56, down from the year before that in 2017 when it was 52. The same thing occurs in the House of Correction statistics and the release hearing statistics. Now, I have no doubt that her parole rate has gone up in the past year. She has been trying to get decisions out more quickly after stalling and getting them out for her whole tenure. She has been working to get things done, but I'm not sure what the motivation is because it lines up with her campaigning to become a judge. And that is a little bit troubling to think about. The length of time it takes to get decisions out, to me, speaks volumes about somebody who does not care or respect the clients that appear in front of her. The fact that it is taking a year to get negative decisions out, and it was just that bad when she took over. I'm pointing out to you that when Dr. Charlene Bonner was chair, decisions got out in 60 days. 60 days. She made up all the behind decisions from Paul Tressler, and she got them out in 60 days, which is what the statute anticipates. Negative lifer decisions take close to a year, 9 to 12 months to get out. Positive decisions now get out in
Excuse me,
4 to 5 months.
Patty. Patty,
Yes.
can you just wrap it up, please?
All right, positive decisions take 4 to 5 months. I can give you examples if you want to ask me about what that's done to people, the disrespect that it shows to people. My very last comment is the morale at the parole board. It is horrific. You heard about it from Colette Santa. That all comes from the top down. The morale could not be worse there. I urge you to not vote Gloriann to be a judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Berland.
Hand up. Well, I'm going to have to speak very fast.
Okay, you ready?
We have 5 minutes, but we were told we were only going to have 3. My name is Lisa Broland. I'm a member of Parole Watch, as you know. I'd like to start out by going back to Ms. Moroney's testimony at her hearing to become a member of the Parole Board on January 9th, 2019. At her hearing, Ms. Moroney testified, quote, "Due to criminal justice reform, this agency is being revolutionized and I want to be part of it. I have assisted the agency in getting prepared to implement the criminal justice reform. A lot of this will change the face of parole and I want to be part of that." Ms. Moroney was approved by the council and 3 months later became chair. Unfortunately, rather than improving the parole process, Ms. Moroney has done the opposite. I want to focus on the published decisions as indicative of her disregard for the incarcerated as well as a profound lack of managerial skills. As a member of Parole Watch, in addition to observing hearings, we review published decisions for data to help analyze the process. As chair, Ms. Moroney oversees the agency and is ultimately responsible for the timing, quality, and content of decisions. At Ms. Moroney's hearing in 2019, she was pressed on the length of time the decisions were taking. Under previous chairs, decisions were, as Patty noted, 60 days. According to her testimony, decisions in January 19 were taking 7 to 8 months. However, she reported she had just hired an additional attorney who would be focused solely on writing decisions. Thus, she assured the council the length of time would be reduced. However, for the year 2019, the time between hearing and decision actually got longer, 9 months, not an improvement. In 2020, with COVID, abbreviated decisions were introduced to expedite releases. The average time between hearing decisions was reduced to about 7 months. However, that obscures the fact that the positive decisions were taking less time, about 6 months. Negative decisions were taking longer, on average 8 months. For this year and the previous year, negative decisions are even taking longer, 9.5 months on average, while positive are 5 to 6 months. But what about the content of the decisions? In her testimony, Ms. Moroney maintained that decisions were 3 to 5 pages long. This is definitely not the case. The decisions are typically 2 to 5 pages. Abbreviated decisions are 1.5 pages. A negative decision consists of a summary of the case, a summary of the hearing, and then the actual decision, which is only 2 paragraphs, one of which is boilerplate about standards used to assess readiness. The other consists of a few sentences which may or may not include recommendations to the parole applicant. The recommendations to the parole applicants are notable for their genericness and lack of specificity. For today's hearing, I reviewed all the negative decisions published so far in 22, of which there are 15, and I included them in the handout to you guys. Here are 2 typical examples of recommendations. Quote, "He is encouraged to remain disciplinary report-free. He should pursue all recommended treatment and programming and maintain an overall positive adjustment," end quote. That's the recommendation. Another example, quote, "The board has concerns that he lacks insight into his crime and encourages him to seek help in this area and to continue with programs and maintaining a positive adjustment," end quote. This lack of data provides...
Sorry, you got to wrap it up.
All right, I'm trying. This lack of clarity provided to the parole applicant who has to prepare for the next hearing has been emphasized by lifers in Norfolk. Gordon Haas, the chair of the group, released its annual report on parole in April 22, which analyzes parole data. In this report, Mr. Haas made special note of the lack of direction and decision.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to cut you off. 3 minutes are up, okay? Thank you. Let you go beyond that.
Point of information, there is no time limit on people who are testifying.
Next witness is Catherine Hadley.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
Yeah, I would.
Catherine Hadley, please.
Okay.
You're doing the hearing.
Wait a minute. I'm running the hearing.
I'm not allowed to ask you any
Okay.
questions.
No. You got a question to ask, you can ask it.
First of all, there was 100 commutations and only 2 came through.
Petitions, correct.
Petitions. Okay, so tell us what happens to those 98 people.
Well, but I actually don't know. Because I'm just seeing what's published. But I assume that they don't get a response. So they put in a petition and there's no response.
They have to reapply probably.
Yeah, but years later, like Ramadan Shabazz.
Tell me, all right, here's a question I want to ask before he what is the difference between Chair Bonner and his chair as far as, how it was run and how commutations were presented in times and people were...
Well, I mean, as we know from Bonner, he got the decisions out in 60 days. Other than that, I was not on parole watch when Bonner was chair, so I can't really speak to that.
Well, I thank you for coming, and we don't have any time limit. I'm timed.
Thank you very much. Catherine Hadley, please. I'm sorry. Okay, you got 3 minutes. Thank you.
It's Katrina Hadley. I'm testifying in opposition to Ms. Moroney's nomination to the Brockton District Court. I'm a member of Parole Watch, a citizen concerned about mass incarceration. I personally have people dear to me who are currently and have been previously incarcerated, including a loved one serving life without parole. I'm testifying in opposition because as a member of Parole Watch, I feel compelled to express my feeling that based on my observations and data collected by Parole Watch, that the parole board lacks leadership and proper management. And this is a very negative impact on the parole process and especially the parole applicants. The following are some examples. During COVID, many things were immediately thrown into a situation that required quick changes, systems and protocols. The parole agency, of course, was no exception. Public hearings for lifers quickly had to be reorganized to keep all participants safe, at the same time ensuring a smooth and fair process for parole applicants, victims, and supporters, as well as providing public access. Leadership was required to undertake this challenging task. This is not what occurred. Lifer parole hearings throughout COVID were characterized by numerous and ongoing issues, including terrible audio quality, dropped connections, the inability of the public to view the proceedings. Interested parties were only allowed to dial in and listen to audio. Frequent inability of supporters and victims to connect to the WebEx. Frequent inability of interested party to even know who was speaking. Parole Watch actively recorded these issues. Further, there was no improvement during the year that these hearings were held remotely, even after numerous complaints. They were bad at the start and bad at the end. This poor implementation of COVID protocols in the lifer parole process points directly at Ms. Moroney's lack of leadership and poor management, but it also shows a profound disregard how this poor technology impacted the parole applicants, making an already difficult, stressful situation even more so. Ms. Moroney could have and should have done more to resolve these issues. Another issue the Parole Watch noted that speaks to Ms. Moroney's lack of leadership, and I would say lack of engagement, is the fact that she only acted as the lead questioner 3 times out of 130 lifer hearings observed by Parole Watch. The lead questioner at lifer hearings is the board member who reads the file, reviews the case closely, is tasked with asking the most questions at the hearing, and taking the lead in terms of assessing the parole applicant's suitability for parole. Lastly, but not least, poor morale at the parole board has been extensively documented. This issue was reported by Jean Traunstein in her article In Depth on May 23rd, 2020. It's again raised by testimony at the hearing for Colette. Ms. Traunstein reported that the current and former parole agency employees characterized the agency as a repressive environment, rife with retaliation and nepotism, and detailed specific examples of poor management, too numerous to mention here. This council was made directly aware of some of these issues from calls and letters you received leading up to the renomination hearing. Being a judge is a position of great leadership and great responsibility, requiring managing a courtroom and a criminal legal process where the stakes are so high. There's little in Ms. Moroney's tenure at the parole board that suggests that she has the leadership skills, management skills, or the temperament to be a good judge.
Thank you very much. Got it.
You to vote.
Thank you. Laura Wyman.
My name is Laura Wyman, and I'm a member of Parole Watch and a citizen concerned about mass incarceration and an advocate for reform of the criminal legal system. I'd also like to touch on Ms. Moroney's hearing in January of 2019, in which she asserted that she was eager to revolutionize the parole board. I want to talk about a key area where she could have demonstrated her commitment to reform but failed to do so. This failure speaks to a lack of leadership, lack of commitment to criminal justice reform, as well as a lack of respect for the incarcerated. I'm talking about commutations. Commutations are a key element of criminal justice reform. At every hearing before this council for parole board nominations, it has been raised by members of this council as a critical issue. Ms. Moroney was specifically asked at her hearing whether she believed in commutations. She answered affirmatively. However, she has taken no leadership role here. As chair of the board, she has neglected to move forward in this key area by failing to take up commutation petitions. Only 4 commutation hearings have been held during her tenure of roughly 3.5 years as chair, out of more than 100 filed. We don't have an exact number on the commutation petitions filed, as that information is not readily available. Out of the 4, 2 commutations were approved by the parole board. The 4th commutation hearing was held on July 26th of this year for Ramadan Shabazz. I attended this hearing, and the parole board members participating were overwhelmingly supportive throughout the questioning. Yet, 2.5 months later, has a decision been made? Has a vote been taken on the parole board for the commutation? We don't know, because no commutation decisions are posted on the parole board website. All we know is that the recommendation has not yet made it to the governor. So again, where is the leadership needed to move this case along? Where is the consideration and respect for someone who has been incarcerated for over 50 years and eagerly awaiting a decision on his hearing? Further, it was necessary for Ms. Moroney to recuse herself from Mr. Shabazz's hearing, as it was a Suffolk case, which brings me to another troubling aspect of Ms. Moroney's tenure at the parole board. When Ms. Moroney's husband became acting commissioner of the Boston Police Department in early February 2021, Ms. Moroney did not initially recuse herself from lifer hearings for Suffolk cases. Only after pressure was brought to bear did she do so. However, there was never any official announcement regarding her new policy, and she never explained.
3 minutes. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Let me have a few more seconds to wrap up. This left a big gap in the parole board, and I could say more about that, but I'm being told I don't have the time. Ethics and appearance of conflict or interest are critical considerations for a judge. Leadership and management skills are also important qualifications. I would also add commitment to fairness in the justice system and respect for and ability to work with criminal defendants. And for the examples I've given and for others raised by other folks at this hearing, I don't believe she's demonstrated those at the parole board.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I'll ask if there's any questions. Excuse me.
And I apologize because you.
Excuse me.
Statements.
Excuse me.
It's a disgrace that you're not allowed to read.
Excuse me.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I don't believe we have any other witnesses, either for or against, going to speak.
I would ask that their full statements, if they have them in writing, be put into the record.
Definitely, absolutely. If you leave them here, we'll make sure they're in the record. With that, we'll hear from you.
Everyone, I'm honored and humbled to be before you. I want to thank the members of the Governor's Council for the opportunity to appear today and for devoting your time to me during the days and hours leading up to today's hearing. Thank you to Councilor Jubenville for hosting this hearing today. I want to say thank you to Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Petito for nominating me to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. And thank you for having the faith and confidence in me to take on this incredible responsibility. I want to thank the Judicial Nominating Commission and the Joint Bar for their work and for their time and effort in reviewing the application.
Thank you so very much to Robert Ross, Lauren Green Petrigno, Emily Gauthier, Katie Babin, and Valerie McCarthy for all of their support and guidance throughout my application process. I am here today with my husband, Greg, who is a constant source of encouragement and support. Greg and I met when we began law school in 1997. He's a member of the Boston Police Department for 26 years. We've been married for 19 years, and we are the proud parents of 2 amazing children. They are 17 and 14 years old. We live in Canton, where we're active in our church, our schools, and our community. Both my husband and I have shared a commitment to public service and the commitment to the citizens of the Commonwealth, and we have always tried to instill in our children the importance of giving back to the community. As you know, I'm also here with the Honorable Holly Broadbent, Associate Justice of the District Court, and the Honorable Michael Doolin, Associate Justice of the Superior Court. They are outstanding professionals and jurists who have been true friends and mentors to me for many years. I'm so grateful for their support and to have them here next to me to testify on my behalf. As I sit before you today, I believe I have the professional and personal skills that would make me an excellent fit for the District Court bench. My extensive and unique background have prepared me well for this role should I be confirmed. After 20 years of experience as an assistant district attorney, general counsel, parole board member, and chairwoman, I am confident that I have the qualifications, demeanor, and character needed to be a judge who impacts the community. The District Court is a court of the people and a place where lives are greatly impacted for everyone who enters its doors. It's a place where people seek safety or simply the chance to be heard. I truly believe in the difference that the District Court can make in the trajectory of people's lives, especially as it relates to rehabilitative treatment and programming and other alternative dispositions. I take great pride in the fact that throughout my professional experiences, I have served the citizens of the Commonwealth and impacted many lives. There is no greater or more honorable way to serve the Commonwealth than as a judge, and if confirmed, I will continue impacting the lives of all those who serve the District Court. Grateful and humbled to be here today, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Before we start with the questions for the counselors, I just want to put in the record letters that we received on your behalf. I won't read them. They'll be in the record for anybody that wishes to review them. And there's one from John McGann from the Gavin Foundation, James Stanton, a judge in the BMC, John Garland, a judge in the BMC, Janice R. Doyle, has been employed by the Massachusetts Parole Board for 12 years. Shara Benedetti, Timothy Simmons, who I believe works for the Parole Board. Maureen Flaherty, Angelo Gomez, Catherine Moran, Patrick Hagan, Sydney Hanlon, Jennifer Quealy, John Pappas, Keith, Brenna Flynn, Michael Coelho, and Rosalind Miller. And these letters will all be in the file for anybody that wants to view them. Okay, thank you. Councilor Devaney, 15 minutes starts.
Hello, thank you for the time that you met with me. I appreciate that second time around. First of all, I would like to move up to the hearing that you had. First of all, I just want to say, I believe in open government. I believe that every citizen should have the right in an open government in Massachusetts to apply. on a judgeship, okay? I don't believe that it should be working, the administration lobbying people, okay? We had a person that was appointed by 2 former governors. 10 years she served, Lucy Soto Abbey. Outstanding. And besides being outstanding, she's Puerto Rican. She spoke Spanish. She was so respected around Massachusetts, and she was sent everywhere, okay? So she was held over for a year. You have to go to work every day. That who's gonna replace me? And she was called in the last day of the year in Munich, in the parole office. And she was told, these are your insurance papers. Is that the way we treat people who are outstanding? Now, let's talk about you. Not the way I see it. You were asked by former attorneys of the governor, Povich and Casey, to apply. This wonderful person and for you to apply. That's not my type of government. That's not what I put my hand up to swear to tell the truth and to behold this Massachusetts state government. Now, I remember when you came before me at the hearing. Now, you only got 4 years left in Lucy's term. And I said to you, would you be willing to commit to us today to serve the 4 years? You said no. Then I asked you, would you like to be a judge? You hesitated. Yeah, you were thinking about it or whatever. Now, they threw out this wonderful person. You only had 4 years, and yet in 2 years and 1 month, your application was on the governor's desk for a judgeship. Where's the justice? Where is the justice for Massachusetts, for Lucy, for all of us? And for you, that you were sought. All right? We saw that with the state representative that just got out. Never was at a parole board hearing. Never in 8 years ever presented any legislation, criminal justice, a parole. But he even said here at the hearing, he called a couple of councilors, and in a month he was sitting up there. We've lost wonderful people up there. Now, I'm very investigative. I'm the only full-time here. When you first were appointed to the parole board, sought out people. People were afraid because they didn't know me and they didn't want to lose their job. I found someone who had just retired from the parole department. And she told me that her job was to give you, because you were the counsel for the parole board at that time, and her job was to give you a list of the people who were a long time on parole that qualified for termination of parole. She had 3 pages that she gave you, and she told me you didn't act on one. Is this compassion? Is this fairness? Is this consideration? I don't think so. 100 commutations, and you approved 2. And it's your position as chair to be chairing these, and I don't see it. I saw you at the LIPA hearings, but that we had for the 2 commutations. But for me, I voted no, and I stand by that. And I was so hoping that you would prove me wrong, that you would serve 4 years, but you couldn't do it. And when I met with you, what did I say to you recently? Why didn't you just apply for a judgeship? Why did you use the parole board? And we lost a valuable member. Lucy came from a dangerous area in Springfield and in a public housing where there were rapes and murders. And she even had one of her members of her family life sentence. She was a victim witness advocate when she came in. She had both sides. And she was treated so badly. Not even a thank you for your service. Not even the administration giving her a letter. and you came on and you were asked, and that's what we're doing. We're going out and asking people. I want people who are qualified to get the job. And I can't say, gee, you've done a wonderful job. I'm sure all your colleagues, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Of course your colleagues are going to all support you. Do you think one of them would say, no or whatever? But I have seen what's happened in the parole department, and I'm going to have an investigation because we need an investigation for those people that are working there who have no voice. These people working there are being bypassed. The appointed Colette that we just, I didn't vote for it. She got her friend to be the assistant chief, got a lot of authority, this Michelle. She failed the civil service exam. She's got the job, she's got authority, and there's other people passed that exam and were bypassed. There's people who are left, people are so unhappy, people are waiting for the other shoe to fall. And I care about people. And when people serve us well, we don't discard them. Say thank you. And those two previous governors saw these people. We had Lee Gartenberg, specialist in parole. And he's still sending me glossary terms as they change. And he's a counsel to the, he was 4 months, and he was thrown off. Charlie Bonner, morale was wonderful when she was a chair. And you were so outstanding. Tell me what you did in 3 months that was so outstanding that the governor would throw off Bonner and put you as chair. I tried to find out what you did in those 3 months that was so spectacular. I mean, these are the things, I'm not a go-along. I never could be, and I never will be. When I was a city councilor, whether I'm a councilor here, I'm for people, I'm for workers, and there's no one out there, they don't have a voice, they're afraid. And then we have the same director that came with misinformation on everything. So tell me, why didn't you just apply for a judgeship? Why did you do this? Why did you, 2 years and 1 month on the governor's desk to be a judge? Why would you do that? You certainly knew you wanted to be a judge when you got the job. Why did you take it?
Are you asking me why I applied to the parole board rather than apply to be a judge in 2019? Is that your question, Counselor?
The question, you know what you said to me at your hearing. Yes, you'd like to be a judge. But why didn't you just apply? You had the votes. You got the votes here. You'll have the votes today. My vote won't count.
I did not apply to be a judge in 2019 because it was my utmost professional desire to become a member of the parole board at the time. At no other time did I ever apply to be a judge than now.
I'm sorry to be so animated. Maybe it's my ethnic background. That's how we are. I have to tell you, I'm heartbroken for the people that we lost. We had a wonderful parole board. And I'm so glad that Tomini and Tina are reappointed. Imagine Tina, 3 years. Her term expired, 3 years she's been waiting. Where is the justice here? And I have no say. People think we have so much say. I have 1 vote, and my vote doesn't count most times, okay? I don't go along. I'm not getting anything good. I'm not getting any goodies. I'm not getting my relatives everywhere. I just want good people on these boards. And when I first got elected, there were all prosecutors on the parole board, and I worked so hard to change it because it was not in compliance since Governor Dukakis, 30 years. And I worked hard, and now we're going backwards. 2 commutations? How do you explain that? How do you explain your performance?
As far as commutations, the commutations and pardons were reviewed. The numbers are over 300. I believe it's 330 about, and that began in 2019. The review of them as far as preparing them to go to the board. In 2020, the governor issued new guidelines. Upon those guidelines getting issued, every single pardon and commutation was reviewed, provided to the board, and the board All of the board members voted on whether or not the petition merited a hearing, and then if it did, a hearing was conducted. 4 commutation hearings were conducted, 2 of which, as you know, the governor did commute those 2 individuals from first-degree to second-degree murder, and they are currently on parole supervision.
What about the percentage of hearings that you preside at? I thought you're supposed to be presiding over all of the hearings. Isn't that how the procedure goes?
I have presided over every commutation or part of
Not
the.
commutation, I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I thought that was your question, Counselor, I'm sorry. I preside over, are you asking about life sentence hearings? Life sentence hearings, I think, are the ones you're talking about,
I'm
Counselor.
talking about hearings.
Well, I can't do every hearing because they're in the.
Been there 2 years, okay, in the hearings I'm talking about. And I really don't think that this was very fair today. These people came in opposition. It's not easy. It's always nice to talk for. I like to talk for. I don't like to talk against. And they came. They took the time and they prepared that statement. And for some reason, they weren't allowed to complete their statements. What are we doing here? Elected for. If I can't represent people to come in here and speak, if you can't speak here, where can you speak? So, I don't know. I mean, I come from a background. My father was an Italian immigrant. They wouldn't let Italians work in Watertown. He had to pretend he wasn't Italian, changed his name, and went to court and changed his name. I went to court 30 years ago, and I got his name that he was born with, because I grew up with a name.
Councilor Devaney, thank you. Thank you. Councilor Iannella, please. Councilor Iannella.
Sure. And I'm just saying.
Councilor Iannella, please. Please, please. Please. You got rules here. Follow the rules.
A lot of people complain to me that it takes a long time
Let's talk out.
to get,
Point of information. Do we go through the chair?
He was recognized.
excuse me, to get a pardon. So if somebody requests fills out an application to get a pardon, give me the time frame before it goes positively through your board to get to the governor's office with this range from 2 months to 8 months. How long does that take?
So for the executive clemency petitions, as the council knows, there has been a backlog. We've worked through that backlog. So today, if a petition is put in, it will get reviewed and processed fairly quickly, probably within about a month, and provided to the board. Unfortunately, it took us some time to get there, as you know, Councilman. Moving forward, we are caught up. Yes.
Today is October 12th. When's the earliest it gets to the governor's office?
Well, that depends on if the board said yes or no to a hearing. Assuming the board says yes to a hearing, and then a hearing is scheduled, and then there needs to be a recommendation, we're probably talking about a few months' time.
Thank you. Before people ask me that question. Thank you very much.
Councilor Duff.
Thank you. So, that was a great question. Thank you, Councilor Iannella. Why, when you took over, the decisions were caught up. What caused them to be so backed up? I mean, people have been waiting. The statute is that they should have them, I think, within 3 months. Some people have been waiting almost a year, 9 months, 11 months. For decisions in the past. I know you caught up now, you've applied to be a judge, I know all that. But in the last few years, you've had, how big is your legal staff? How many lawyers?
There are 5, including the general counsel now.
Okay, so that's bigger than there's ever been. And they're writing the decisions, the board members are not.
Right.
Why is it taking so long with all that? And your decisions are shorter than they've been too. How many pages is the average decision now?
I would say the average denial is about 3 pages. The reduced, well, let me back up and make sure I answer your question. So time frame wise, when I took over as chair, there was certainly, and we're talking about the life sentence decisions, just to clarify the non-life sentence decisions, I think the council knows, decisions are provided to the individual immediately upon the end of the hearing, so day of. So this is approximately 97% of our hearings are conducted in person. Decision is provided day of hearing to that individual. They are told yes or no as far as the parole decision right away. The life sentence hearings, as the council knows, they're far more complicated. There's a lot of testimony. There is a lot of information. Okay.
Why have they taken so long when you've had more help? Well, that's the thing nobody understands. I have been told by victims' families, they are in such despair. I'm not talking about the person in prison. I'm talking about the victims' families waiting to find out what's going to happen. And nobody seems to care at the agency. It's very odd. I don't understand how you could go from a machine that was running so smoothly to completely not. I mean, how did that? And it happened on your watch. So how did it happen? Or tell me this, what's your management style?
So I would think my management style is pretty hands-on. I do work pretty closely with all of the managers. I work closely, making sure that I'm available to attend managers' meetings. I meet with the managers often. We discuss issues. We try and work out things like this particular issue. This is an issue that is.
What caused this issue?
So when I took over as chair, there was a backlog or a delay in hearings. They do take a long time. They do. They are not.
I'm sorry. You can tell me this, but every single piece of information says that's not true. I mean, everything. The people who work there, the people sitting behind me, the victims' families, you're the only one that says it's true. So what were the conversations you had with the previous chief? Because everything before worked very well when Bonner was there. So what were your conversations with her? What advice did you seek from her?
It was actually, now Judge Tressler, who was.
I know it was Tressler, but he was a disaster, and we all know that, okay? To his own admission, from his own mouth, he only looked at one pardon application the whole time he was there. I mean, the man, in my opinion, I didn't vote for him to be chair. I didn't vote for him to be a judge. He's negligent. I think he's dangerous. So I don't want to talk about him. We know he didn't do his job. We know he didn't. We know the last chair that did their job, that had things going out on time, was this Bonner. I think it's his friend. What were your conversations with her?
Are you talking about, I just want to make sure I understand, commutations or life sentence?
About decisions.
Of which?
This isn't hard.
I just want to make sure I answer your question. So it's.
Please.
As far as life sentence hearings, I will tell you that they are the most.
That's not my question. My question is, what were your conversations for advice from the previous chair who was running this agency like clockwork? What advice did you seek from her?
I'm not sure we ever talked about.
Okay, so you never sought advice. You never sought advice from the previous chair who did.
I don't think that ever happened, no.
Okay, that's the answer. No, I never asked for it. That's what I need to know. I don't need to know all this other nonsense. What?
Counselor, we're going to be breaking in about a minute for the lieutenant.
Sure. When you and I spoke, you talked to me a little bit about the MASH beds and how that was something that you had used. And you implied that you had come up with that idea. But they've been used since 2016, and it's a requirement that they use. This isn't your idea. They're required to be used by the state. Because I you know how I feel about housing and everything. The only difference is that now they have to prove they're certified, but they are the only beds that we can use. So why are you taking credit for something that you didn't do?
So what I was indicating was that in 2020, during the pandemic, parole was able to contract with MASH.
They already had it. That's the only contract the state has.
So we contracted with them to ensure that there was an 8-week reduced fee for which an individual could seek shelter and it would be paid for. So prior to any involvement with that contract,
Individual.
Just interrupt you for a minute. We're gonna have to break. So we're gonna break until 1:30. You'll have 8 minutes left, 8.5 minutes left, Councilor Duff.
Order, and I recognize Councilman Pereira for our prayer and pledge today.
Thank you, Governor. I want to keep in mind and pray for all the people that suffered the
Just a
devastating
minute, let me
consequences of Hurricane Ian down south. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God, indivisible, with liberty,
justice
for all.
Okay. I recognize Councilor DiPaolo for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. And I recognize Councilor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
So moved, Governor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And we have a new nomination today. Michelle Kelly has been nominated to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court, and that's within your jurisdiction, Councilor Jubenville.
What do we have next week?
There were 3 on for the 12th, 3 on for the 19th, and 2 on for the 26th, 1 at 10 and then 1 at 11:15. That could be a possibility.
Let me just wait on this. So I'll let the councilors know
Okay.
at the end of the day.
All right, very good. And we announced this morning that the governor has pardoned Kenneth Dunn, Stephen Joannis, Stephen Polidnoni, and Michael Picanso. And these decisions are subject to your advice and consent, and it will be up to you to decide how to contact the petitioners and how you want to vet them in this process. Okay, so that concludes our business today. I know you have a hearing underway, so yes.
Question, Lieutenant Governor.
Sure.
So, I'm assuming we're gonna be doing the pardons the way we did them the last time we did them, which was 8 years ago. So if they live in the councilor's district, that councilor schedules the hearing for them.
You can do it that way, and we, I believe, have informed you where these individuals sort of fall
You did.
in that process.
And then we will
Share.
proceed and do, all right, perfect, thank you so much.
I'm going to suggest that the dean do the New Hampshire one. Second that.
Point of information. I didn't hear that. I was asking about New Hampshire. What was that now?
Yes,
Someone lives in New Hampshire.
I think the matter giving rise to the pardon occurred in Lowell. And so therefore,
Shouldn't it be with a?
But isn't excuse me, isn't that person connected with Chelmsford?
it's possible.
We can figure it
We can
out.
figure that out
We'll
and
figure it out.
what makes sense. We can provide you with whatever information you need in order to make the decision about how to hear these matters. Okay,
Governor?
thank you. That concludes our business today.
Okay, so, I'm burying my time up. Let me ask you this. Do you agree with, Director O'Keefe of, Michelle Weatherby being a good hire? It's just a yes or no.
Yes, I didn't hire her, but yes, she does good work.
And, who would you recommend replace you as chair?
That is solely up to the governor.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, who would you recommend?
I would say all the board members are very hardworking and there's a lot of good to choose from.
So you have no recommendation?
It's not my say.
So if the governor asked you, who would you say?
I would say any of the board members are very, very hard.
Colette Santa's qualified?
I think every board member is.
So you think Colette Santa, that's a yes, you think she's qualified? Did you hear her hearing?
I did watch the hearing after the fact.
And she hasn't passed the civil service exam, and you think she's qualified? Oh, no, I think that was Weatherby, there's so many of them. Okay, so of the board members, who has the most parole failures or crimes committed on? The people that they paroled.
I don't understand the question.
People, so I'm a parole board member, I grant parole to somebody, members that grant parole. Of those 5 members, who has the highest recidivism rate?
You brought it downstairs? I can't answer that because that's not something that we measure. When an individual is paroled, they're supervised by the field.
So you don't know when someone gets reincarcerated, that doesn't go into their file?
If they are revoked, we do know that.
So who has the highest rate?
It's not something that we track in that way, Counselor.
Do you think your morale is good at the board?
I think that people work very, very hard in a very difficult job. I think you'd probably have to ask people individually how they feel about the jobs.
Well, I think people like their jobs, but I don't think that has anything to do with morale. You know, would you consider yourself a micromanager?
No.
Just think you're a hands-on manager? Okay, so, how many exit interviews have you held with people that have left?
I don't know, a few.
A few?
A few.
How many people have left the agency since you've been there?
I can't say.
Yes. Have you had a lot of turnover?
A lot of retirements.
Have you had early retirements? People before they've maxed out in their retirement, they haven't left?
Not that I can speak to, not that I can speak to.
How many, okay, when someone does retire, what's the process that happens under your leadership? Do you send them a letter of thanks? Do you take them out to lunch? Is there a party? What happens? And under your leadership?
I think it depends on what the person wants, because I've seen different things.
So you consult with them what they want?
No, I think they more just say what they would like. Some people like less pomp and circumstance, I guess, than others. Some people.
So do you ask them?
No.
No, so you don't ask them. You don't interview them. Do you send them a letter of thanks?
I've sent emails before people left.
But see, what I'm trying to get at, Attorney Moroney, is it's strongly felt that there is a favoritism that goes on under your watch, in that they have been told they can't send out an email saying retirement party for Joe Smith. That's the kibosh has been put on that. They're not allowed to do that anymore, which has demoralized people. And there's no logic to it. People who've been at institutions, wrapping up their work have been told they can't keep their laptops there and finish the work that day. They've got to come back. Oh, no, they can, they have to stay there. They can't bring the laptop home and finish it. But there's certain people who get special exemptions that can do that. There are some people, like Paulette Santos never sent to Suffolk County, you know, but you take other members of the board, you know, it's supposed to be regional. There's a reason for the regionality. There's a reason why it was set up that way. And it's just been thrown out the window, and nobody can explain except cross-training. But it appears to be punitive, because when I look at the schedules and the calendars, which are public record, and so if they're changed after the fact, I can also see that they've been changed. It's punitive. I mean, there's literally no explanation for it. And that is the pervasive feeling, and that's my issue with you. You've dodged questions with me today. You've deflected like this and that, and that's great. So that shows, you know, your skills that you learned in the courtroom. But this is about judgment. This is about how you treat people. And I mean, I have letters. I have a letter right here. The stuff people say, I've never heard anything like it. I mean, you know, Secretary Marty Walsh called me to talk about you because he knows your husband is lobbying for you on your behalf. And when I told him what you've done to people, and I'm not talking, I haven't talked to board members, I'm talking about these are staff people. It's appalling. You took the grill away from them so they can't have their Friday afternoon barbecues? What was the point of that? It's cruel. It's punitive, and nobody understands it. I don't understand it, and that's what I'm asking you. Why do you do these things? Because that's a judgment call. That's how you treat people. And the lowest person is the person. The men who work in the yard that bring those prisoners in and out, their lives, they've done that work since they were 18 years old, many of them, since high school. You call them frat boys and you think they don't hear it? You don't think they don't know the disdain you have over and over and over vocalized for them? The rolling of the eyes, the sighs. Listen, Josh Wall had the same thing. I said to him clearly, nobody likes your face. And I made him explain it. But even when I talk to you on the phone, the sighing and everything, this is how people see you. This is management. This is leadership. And what I see from you is not your legal skill. That's not my issue. My issue is your complete disregard for the common man and woman that works at the parole agency. They can handle themselves. You know, they're all well paid, they're all doing really well. But there was a lifelong officer who died. There was no mental health care given to people. There was no let's take a day and talk about this. Business as usual. People were crushed. They were hurt. And I know I'm just speaking at you, but you don't have any answers for me. And it's a part. Why don't you take the glue away?
Councilor Duff,
Yeah.
your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Kennedy.
I want to shift gears. I'd like to talk about your qualifications to be a district court judge as opposed to what goes on. How many years were you a prosecutor?
18 and a half.
And how much of that time was spent in the district court?
3 years.
3 years? And how many trials would you say you did when you were in the district?
30, 31.
30 jury trials or 30 jury?
There were a few bench.
Huh?
There were a few bench. 30 jury trials, very few bench, 3 or 4.
That must have been a difficult courthouse for the defense bar if it was all jury trials.
It was definitely mostly jury trials in the Dorchester District Court.
So you had 30 district court jury trials.
Yes.
And how many years did you spend in Superior Court?
10 and a half.
10 and a half. And how many Superior Court jury trials do you believe you
I
did?
believe it was 7.
7? Okay, so 37 jury trials. And approximately how many bench trials in your career you think? I couldn't count, but.
It was just the 3 or 4 in district court. I did not have a bench trial in Superior.
And what you in the DA office?
In the district court, I was in the domestic violence court. And then in the Superior Court, I was first promoted to the domestic violence unit, which became the domestic violence and sexual assault unit. And then I was promoted in 2012 to the child protection unit, where I became the supervisor and then had a child protection caseload.
So basically, you were prosecuting cases of folks that allegedly abused children at that point?
Correct.
And I'm sure you dealt with a lot of victims of sexual abuse and other types of abuse in their families.
Absolutely.
That's pretty difficult to do.
Extremely challenging.
Sure it was. And with respect to, I'm just going to comment on your interaction with the defense bar, because you have a number of letters here, including from my friend Jack Collins, who's now a different judge. He was a defense lawyer his whole career. In Dorset, where you were. Somebody I have a lot of respect for. I worked with him 45 years ago. As well as some other members of the defense bar that wrote letters on your behalf. How would you say you interacted with the defense bar when you were a prosecutor?
I think that I had an excellent relationship with the defense bar, both in the district court and the Superior Court. I always saw the defense bar as my colleagues, and thought that the best way to approach any case was in a working relationship with the defense attorney. Certainly everything representing their own interests, but I had an excellent relationship with the defense bar.
Okay. And with respect to the fact that most of your career has been in law enforcement, somewhat law enforcement as well, and as a prosecutor, you know that when you become a judge, you can't be a prosecutor anymore, right?
Absolutely not.
And you can't be in law enforcement anymore, right? Now, you've been in court many times, and as myself and Council Doolin, Council Ferrara see all the time. We go into courts, and sometimes we get a judge that's pro-prosecution. Sometimes we get judges that tend to be pro-defendant, right? Where's Gloriann Moroney going?
It's going to be fair and listen to the evidence and listen to all sides.
It's all good. That's what everybody says. But when you get on the bench, you either lean towards the prosecutor or you lean towards the defendant. Where are you going to be leaning?
Depends on what the evidence shows. In the Commonwealth meeting their burden.
That's what everybody says.
Doesn't meet their burden, then I'll be pro-defense.
That's fair enough. That's a fair answer. Okay. And I am gonna and I told you I would ask you this question when I talked to you on the phone about commutations. Why is it always at the end of a governor's term that we see these? Why aren't we seeing them along the way? Commutations and especially pardons. Pardons are almost free. They don't mean a lot in terms of the world, right? You know, it's an individual. I think the ones that we got today, they're for things that happened 25, 30 years plus ago, right? Why do they have to wait that 7 years and 10 months before we see them? Why aren't they going through the parole board sooner? And I'm not just putting that on you. It was Governor Patrick did, I think, 3 or 4 pardons and 1 commutation in his 8 years. And that was a drug case. Governor Baker, to his credit, has done 2 commutations so far. The first one's for lifers in, I think, 30 years almost, or 26 years, I think it was. And there's at least in the rumor mill that there might be another one coming, and I hope it is, you know. So he will have had done 3 lifer commutations when no governor's done them in 26 years. I mean, he's to be commended for that, but why aren't we seeing more earlier? What's the holdup?
All I can answer is from my time since I've been there. I can, statistics.
This is 2019, and you're the one that got the 3 through, hopefully 3 through. I'll give you your due there. But how about like before that? What do you think it is that we're not seeing at least pardons along the way? They don't. Are they addressed? Are they?
Again, I can only speak to my time, and I know when they started getting addressed. I know when I committed to processing them and getting them to the board after the new guidelines came out. That's
Questions I ask everybody. 58 days. It'll be used.
I think they can be. They should be sparing.
Are they overused? Not can be. Are they overused?
I think that they should be sparing. That's what I think. They should be used as a last resort.
I had a 54-year-old woman, some with other people, who had an argument with her daughter about cleaning a room, turned into a shoving match. No record. Actually worked in someone's law office, a friend of mine's law office. She went into court on a Friday. They filed for 58A. What happens when they file? They're locked up.
They're held for 3 days.
She spent 5 days in jail on a case that was ultimately no pros. You think that should be happening?
No, I don't.
What are you going to do about it as the judge when you're in a situation like that and the prosecutor files that document?
I would ensure that the Commonwealth is ready to move forward on a 58A hearing. And in the event that there is a delay that is needed to obtain records or something to that effect, maybe the call is later on that day. Go make your call.
Put their feet to the fire? You do it that day? I hope you do, because I bring this up with everybody and nobody does. They have the attitude, the DA stands up and says, we're not ready yet. And then you come back 3 days later and they say, okay, here's the conditions we want. Or you come back 3 days later and they say, we're not going forward. Or you come back 3 days later, and it happened to me in Quincy last week, where they just put the police report in. Can't you do that day? And then they get out on condition. Why do people who've never been in jail before, in cases, a lot of them, you know, with your experience, a lot of the domestic just go away for one reason or another. Why are we putting people in jail?
It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, and I hope you mean that, because I hope when you get on the bench, the knee jerk isn't, okay, put that on for next Tuesday, next case, because that's what happens. And what happens to judges, it happens to DAs, it happens to defense lawyers. We get callous to it. We don't realize the impact that incarceration like that has on people's lives, even for a short period of time. For people that are just regular people, not necessarily criminals, just going through life. Okay, I'm good. Any further questions? And I thank you for your testimony.
Councilor Paulo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I will hopefully not repeat anything that my colleague Councilor Duff asked before I entered the room. We started a little earlier. So in the letter from Judge Garland, he writes, in part, it was my experience with Attorney Moroney that unprompted by the defense or the court, she would proactively provide all evidence that the Commonwealth intended to use at trial, which is what we'd expect, right? And that's good. He goes on to write, while that may seem like something that should happen routinely, it often did not. I assume he's saying that often the Commonwealth does not proactively offer evidence pertinent to the case. Is that an accurate assessment in your view?
That's his statement. So I'm assuming he had that experience with other prosecutors.
You've had plenty of experience in the courtroom. Councilor Kennedy just went over it. Is that your impression that often, this is a judge speaking, that often the Commonwealth does not proactively provide all evidence intended to use, they intended to use trial?
I wouldn't say often, but yes, it happens.
Have you seen it happen? Have you heard of it happen?
I've heard of it happening.
And, but you've never seen it happen?
I can't recall. I can't recall. I know every
Judge Garland's mistaken that it happens often?
No, I'm sure that's his experience.
How are you going to handle that as a judge? Because it sounds like a judge is saying often the Commonwealth isn't proactive about sharing evidence. How are you going to handle that as a judge?
I think everyone needs to ensure that they are following all rules and obligations, regardless of what side.
Pretty obvious, right?
It is
Obvious. So how will you deal with it though as a judge? What will you do?
Well, it depends on what is brought to my attention. I mean,
But that's the whole point, is not everything is potentially brought to your attention. So what will you do to make sure things are brought to your attention?
That's definitely something that I can address with the parties before me. Has all discovery been provided? Has all information been exchanged? And ensure that both parties are being held to their obligations. Perhaps it's something pre-trial or something that I can put on the record.
Okay, and so how would you find, I mean, how would you find out? Do prosecutors develop reputations for doing things like that?
I think every practitioner develops a reputation.
So how would you treat it differently when the person with that reputation is before you? Is there a higher standard?
I would always be fair and impartial, and I wouldn't let reputations necessarily get in the way. I would be fair and impartial with every case, with every person, and not rush to judgment.
Okay. So in thinking about being fair and impartial and exercising your discretion, you write in your application that again, the boilerplate, it's good, it's important. Judges make decisions on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration the facts of the case, but also looking at criminal history and background of the defendant, victim impact, and mitigating factors such as mental health. So let's go through that. These are things you think about in your discretion. How does criminal history impact the way you would exercise your discretion as a judge?
Every case that would come before me would, of course, start with the facts and circumstances of a case, but
So how would you handle criminal history in exercising?
Someone's board of probation record.
Okay, and is there a statutory imperative to consider criminal history when crafting a sentence?
Well,
disposition?
It depends on would I consult with the sentencing guidelines? Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. They're not mandatory, but it's something that I could consult with, and that certainly requires looking at criminal history.
Why does it require that? It doesn't require it, as you said, they're recommended. There's no requirement as far as, unless the habitual criminal statute, which is its own separate thing. So why would criminal history play a role in your discretion?
Because I think it's important to know what someone's history is specifically.
Even when they're before you for a particular crime, it's important for you to know what happened 10 years ago?
If it shows a substance abuse history, what if?
I don't know, what happened? What if it does?
I think that that's very telling to me. I think that
What does it tell you?
helps me to know the full story of the individual's history.
How about victim impact? How does that impact your discretion? How does the way that a victim perceived or experienced a crime impact discretion of a judge?
The victim has to be heard. If there is a victim, they have.
So they're heard. I completely agree. Victims have a right to be heard. How does it impact the judge's discretion? I completely agree. Victims have the right to be heard. How does it impact the discretion that the judge exercises?
Again, it's a totality of the entire circumstance and the.
But within the totality, if the victim's statement, you can't possibly say how a victim's statement would impact your discretion?
It depends on the.
So you can't say.
It depends on the position, it depends on the case.
Give me an example of how a victim impact statement would impact your discretion as a judge.
Perhaps a victim is talking about their level of fear or lack thereof. Perhaps the victim is telling me, say it's, if you want an example, a domestic violence case where the victim wants to reconcile with the partner who's also the defendant. That impact statement is very important to me because I want.
That's a tough one, right? Because often victims feel very real pressure in a domestic violence situation to say that they do want the person.
100%. But
But that impacts you, so how do you factor that?
It could possibly.
It could possibly impact your discretion.
It would be a variable.
The Deputy Commissioner of Programs for the Massachusetts Probation Service wrote a letter. He wrote that there was a tremendous effort in spring of 2020 to limit incarcerated population to prevent the spread of COVID in correctional facilities. What were some of the tremendous efforts that happened to limit incarcerated population during COVID?
I think what Mr. Coelho is speaking of is the partnership that came out of COVID, which started with the question that Councilor Duff was asking me in regards to the MASH contract. After parole was able to fund that contract for a limited period of time with a limited budget, that contract, we were able to continue with the help and funding of probation. So we collaborated on that.
Okay. Do you believe in the unfettered access to reproductive health, including the right to terminate a pregnancy?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Do you believe in unfettered access to reproductive health, including the right to terminate a pregnancy?
Yes, I do.
You indicated, I believe, I want to make sure I have this right, that about 330, the number isn't important, petitions for commutations and pardons, and that they were all reviewed by the entire board in order to determine whether to grant a hearing or not.
Correct.
And what was the timeline of that happening? Because there was a backlog. I know this has come up, but to make a point of it, what was the timeline of that when that started to be ramped up?
When did we start reviewing them to determine if a hearing was going to be given?
Yeah, because obviously it accelerated, right? Because
Yes.
there was the backlog, and then, so when did that start?
I believe it was the summer of 2020.
Okay, and as you said, that was following the governor's release of the clemency guidelines. Did the governor have previous guidelines in place that were superseded?
Yes.
And in the governor's guidelines, the governor or the writer of the document writes that commutations are intended to serve as a strong motivation for confined persons to utilize available resources for self-development and self-improvement as an incentive for them to become law-abiding citizens and return to society. So do you feel that that incentive is being met with 4 commutation hearings granted out of hundreds?
I do. I feel like, yes.
Okay, so you feel, because I've had conversations with folks who've applied for commutations, and they feel pretty hopeless. It's kind of useless, because until very recently there weren't any, which I understand you've accelerated. So I just hear wildly different experiences on that. So in your time as general counsel and chair of the parole board, was the parole board subject to lawsuits during that time?
Yes.
And were any of the lawsuits on the subject of mental health services?
Mental health services from.
Correct. We can leave it broad like that, right?
Okay. Yes, I would say mental health would have been the subject of a couple, yes.
You would, it is, it was the subject.
Yes.
And so, is that a pervasive problem in our correction system? Mental health and criminal system?
Yes, I would say work needs to be done.
So what did you do as chair in that regard? Did you meet with the commissioner of mental health at any point?
As far as mental health, one thing that,
Did you ever meet with the commissioner of mental health in your time as chair?
mental health, I don't think I have. I think
you know
I'm
who it
the
is?
general counsel there.
Okay, do you know who it is?
No, I do not. During my time as chair, I did implement a policy to ensure that individuals who had mental health issues were referred for counsel, and that is something that has been happening since 2016.
Okay, and yet the lawsuits continue, nonetheless. Are there actions
Always lawsuits.
happening internally to address any of that?
We're constantly working to ensure that we.
Since 2016, and then what's ramped up? Because we ramped up commutations in 2020. Like what else has ramped up since 2016 is what, 6 years ago?
What other improvements have been made?
Yeah.
In the agency?
Yep, regarding mental health specifically.
Regarding mental health specifically, we're constantly collaborating with other agencies. We are doing a lot of work with the BHJI project. So we're able to collaborate with many different agencies to ensure when individuals are released, that they are put with individuals through the work of a navigator that can help them to access resources in the community.
That's a good example. So the Commission on Structural Racism in the Parole Process that the legislature recently completed and submitted a report on.
Yes.
Was that report shared with the parole board? The recommendations of that report?
The report is online and.
Was the report shared with the parole board members?
No.
Specifically?
I didn't.
It was not?
I didn't.
Did you think it should have been, or what was your reaction when when the legislature put together this commission that took months, and I attended several of the online hearings? Why shouldn't it have been shared with the parole board?
Everyone knew it was available online. I did not do that, no. Everyone knew it was available.
Everyone knew it was available. When did they know? How do you know that? When did they become aware that it was available?
It was someone in the office who told me it was up online, actually.
How do you know the other board members?
And then,
So you don't know that the other board members were aware?
no, I do because I mentioned it to them in session and it was mentioned at a manager's meeting, so.
Okay, how long after the report came out did that happen?
No.
Okay. Did you find any of the recommendations, and a lot of them spoke to legislative needs, did you find any of the recommendations compelling or interesting?
I did.
And what specifically, what's an example of that?
One of the things that I've been working towards for a long time, and it was included in their recommendations, was ensuring that all parole hearings get recorded. It is something that will promote transparency amongst the people that come before the board, the people that work at the board. I think it's a really important initiative, and it's something that we are doing.
Okay. Who made the hire decision to hire Michelle Weatherford?
Well, then Chair, now Judge Treston.
Judge Treston. And has she been promoted since her initial hire by?
She was hired as the deputy by Paul Tressler and then promoted to the chief by Paul Tressler.
Paul Tressler also made it. Okay. Well, how would you describe the morale of the parole department?
I think people do their very best to do a very difficult job in a very, very difficult, high-pressured.
I agree. Why do I get so many phone calls from people literally in tears regarding the toxic nature of the employment atmosphere?
I can't speak to anonymous calls or complaints. All I can say, Counselor, is that it is a very, very difficult and important job with massive responsibility. I have done my very, very best to aid the agency, and
My concern is really about, when I think about the courthouse and I think about, actually, I won't bother with that. At a recent hearing, we reappointed Colette Santa to the parole board. We saw that she had exorbitantly higher, it was exorbitantly higher parole rate than the other board members in regard to corrections hearings. It was about 90%, 92%. I don't have the number in front of me. The average of the others was around 60. That seemed really high to me. And hilariously, I'm accused of wanting all the prisoners out. That seems way too high to me. Because what I know about our jail system is, as much as I have issues with racial disparities, some other crimes, we do a pretty good job in Massachusetts overall incarceration rate. And so the incarcerated population has gotten more and more concentrated on folks that need to be removed from society. And yet a 90% parole rate compared to 60% for the others. And I heard that the newest member has 100% parole rate so far. Is that accurate?
Excuse me, Counselor.
I'm concerned about public safety and the way some of the parole board members are releasing people into the community against the recommendations of risk and need assessments of the actual experts. That's why we shouldn't have folks who have no clue about criminal justice or mental health on the parole board. Thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me finish.
Ferrera.
Is Councilor Hurley online?
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Hurley, you on the screen up there?
I am. I've been listening to every word.
Okay, you speak.
I shall. Couple of things. On page 7 of your application, you, in answer to question 44, what percentage of your practice has been in the Massachusetts court system with approximate percentage of time that you spent in each of the following courts? Superior Court, 75%, District Court, 25%, Boston Municipal Court, 5%. That's 105%. I'm frozen.
You're not frozen.
can you hear me, Counselor?
I can hear you now.
Sorry, I apologize. I must have made a little typographical error on, are you looking at my application or the questionnaire?
The application. It's 105. All right?
I
So,
believe you. I apologize. I must have had a typographical error.
okay, so how much did you practice in Boston Municipal Court?
It was very brief. It was when cases from the Dorchester District Court were transferred to the Boston Municipal Court.
But they were Dorchester cases.
They were Dorchester cases.
Okay, that was my only question on that issue. It seems to me that what's happened here today is all these people that have gotten up in opposition to your nomination want to punish you for what's been going on in the parole board for a long time before you got there, when it was Chairman Treschler. And it seems to me that Chairman Treschler got off easy with the little that he did, apparently, more or less not being brought to the front like it is now. So you took over in January of 19, you were a parole board member. In April of 19, you became chairperson. So what impact did the COVID issue have on your ability to, from April to when everything got shut down, which I think was in March of 20? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what effect did the whole COVID issue have on your ability to straighten things out in that position as the chairperson?
So as you pointed out, Counselor, in 2019 in April, I became chair, and, you know, my first goal was to ensure that the commutations got addressed. So that's where I started. However, as you pointed out, in trying to ensure that the agency was running properly and addressing the backlog of commutations in March of 2020, things came to a screaming halt, but only for about a day. I was able to quickly implement virtual hearings, which the agency had never done before, and not being a tech person, there were certainly some challenges, but was able to quickly implement virtual hearings to the point where individuals did not experience a delay due to COVID in getting to see the board. We were able to do that for 18 months before slowly returning back to in-person hearings. Certainly that was always the preference. During that time, in addition to conducting virtual hearings, we began conducting commutation hearings to try and reduce that backlog. In addition to that, to ensure that people were getting released as quickly as possible. We weren't able to change the legal standard in any way, but we were able to ensure that people, when they did get out, they were getting out quickly. We reduced the time period in which we were investigating home plans and made sure that people were getting out as expeditiously as possible. And in addition, I did mention the home plan initiative to ensure that when people were getting released, they had a solid home to go to that was paid for up to 8 weeks by the Commonwealth.
As far as the allegations about the things that you did in terms of taking away the grill and issues concerning morale, what was your feeling about those issues and the accusations?
As far as the grill, last I knew, it didn't work. But that said, you know, this is as I said before, and I don't mean to repeat myself, parole is a very, very, it's challenging work, it's serious work, and it's a massive responsibility. You know, I take that responsibility very seriously, and I always have. So when it comes to things like, you know, emails and things like that, they are certainly able to be sent through a supervisor rather than, you know, using Commonwealth time and Commonwealth property to be advertising parties and things of that nature. So unfortunately, it is a very, very challenging job, a very serious responsibility, and I always took that responsibility seriously.
So you did nothing to actively prevent people from using the grill?
No.
Okay, all right. It seems to me that all the folks that spoke against you getting this job had no idea of what your background was in terms of your being a litigator for the district attorney's office, both in district and superior court, as well as being a litigator in civil matters while you were in the role of counsel for the parole board, and even after that. And I believe that they're more or less using you as a whipping boy, girl, person, for their dissatisfaction with what's been going on for a lot longer than you had responsibility for. And in essence, while you were there, you came up against the COVID-19 wall, which knocked everybody for a loop, and had to reinvent how they provided services, how they did their job, and how they could still be active in performing the duties that were incumbent upon them. And it seems to me, if they're that unhappy with you, they should have all been testifying about how great it would be to have you out of there. And I think you got left holding the bag, quite honestly. That being said, as Councilor Kennedy pointed out and stole a lot of my questions, you do have the qualifications to be a district court judge. And so I will leave it at that. I thank you for the time that we spent together on the phone, and I also thank Councilor Ferraro for remembering that I was here, and I will turn over the rest of my time to Councilor Ferraro if he needs it.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Councilor Hurley. Councilor Ferraro, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilor Hurley, for rendering the rest of your time. So I got a lot of calls, and it was kind of almost funny because every call started off with, "I know her husband Greg, and he's a great guy." And I said, "Well, I want to know about her because everyone thinks Greg's a great guy." So I am so thankful that we got together for 4 hours this week, and that you took your time to drive to Fall River, Massachusetts, to meet with me, so that I could get to learn about you and your qualifications to be a district court judge. And I had some concerns, and I had a lot of questions for you, and you answered them, in my opinion, very honestly. Every time we have a parole hearing, a parole board member hearing, it's hard to wrap your arms around it because, again, equal let up last time with Colette, you had an equal stack of for and equal stack of against, and I think you guys have a very, very challenging job, and you just can't win. You're going to make some people happy, you're going to make some people unhappy with every decision you make, and those are hundreds a week. But looking at your credentials for the job, I think you're extremely qualified with all the trials you had, the cases that you did, and I talked to you as somebody who did 30 years in law enforcement, the sensitive nature of the case you did for domestic violence, child rape cases that you brought to trial, and did so very successfully. And then you served as legal counsel to the parole board, and you didn't put in for the judgeship right away, which is to your credit because you wanted to do some more with parole and make a difference. And we talked last night about, did you make a difference and how tough was it with setting up programs for reentry? And can you just talk about that a little bit, like what happened during COVID and what happened to those programs and if they're okay now?
Absolutely. What's funny is that from the biggest challenge, which was COVID, came some really, really great steps forward for parole. And, I did talk about the Sober Home Initiative, and I don't mean to beat it to death, but at the same time, 1,000 people coming out of incarceration, being able to have a safe place to go where they don't have to worry about how they're going to pay for it because they have no money coming from the inside. That was huge. And that's about 1,000 people between the Sober Home Project and then the placement in transitional housing. That is still going on. And I hope everything is going to get put into ensuring that that continues to go on. I mentioned earlier the BHJI project, Behavioral Health for Justice Involved Individuals. It started with 2 jurisdictions. That 2 during COVID has grown statewide, and that allows individuals, it's not a condition of parole, but it is another avenue where individuals can get that partnership and that direction when they need help, especially when it comes to getting set up with clinicians. For a long time, people were getting out, and the only help that they can get, something better than nothing, but the only help they could get were virtual hearings, virtual meetings with clinicians. Now, with that project up and running, we're able to get people directed towards better programming when it comes to mental health treatment and also substance abuse treatment. As Councilor Jubinville mentioned, there was a letter from John McGann from Gavin Foundation. We've made tremendous relationships, and Gavin Foundation is a leader as far as helping individuals, substance use disorder, especially individuals coming out of incarceration. So that's yet again another partnership that will absolutely keep on going and will make an impact going forward.
I don't know anyone that I've interviewed who wants to be on the parole board doesn't think that good people deserve a break and the real bad guys need to stay in jail. Would you agree with me?
Well, I think that incarceration serves a purpose. And when it comes to sentencing, incarceration does indeed serve a purpose. But then the problem becomes if enough programming isn't provided on the inside, that individual, unless they're serving a life sentence, will get released. And then how successful are they going to be if they're not ready to be released? If they haven't had adequate programming on the inside, if they have been unable to reach that level of parole eligibility, that's a concern. They're not going to be successful. They are going to reoffend and they're going to come back, and nobody wants to see that.
Do you think we track the recidivism rate enough, or, well, I guess that's the first question. Do you think that it's tracked properly?
I think it needs to get better, and I think that there's a lot of initiatives in place for that to happen. There's cross data collection amongst all criminal justice agencies that is in the middle of happening right now. I think that will make us all better and held to task a little bit better. It's better than it was, but there's improvement to be made.
And I wonder, and I've talked about it with other people on the board, about if you get arrested and you're doing time in Worcester County or Hampden County or Bristol County, you're afforded different programs. Is that correct?
Yes, different.
So, so sometimes people try to peg and go, oh, she had this, release rate. He had that release rate. They have this much recidivism rate. A lot of it depends on the programming in individual jails, as well as who your parole officer is and how they gauge whether or not you violated. Is that correct?
All those are variables, yes.
Those are variables. It's hard for me to put my arms around it sometimes when I go, oh, this person had 100%, 98%, and this person had 52%. But, who's doing the better job? I'm saying there's so many variables. It's hard you can't put your finger on it, I don't think.
It's very difficult to track, especially when once an individual is released, the parole board members vote, and it could be 1 member, it could be 3 if there's a panel, or it could be 7 if it was a full board. Then the individual goes out into the community and is supervised by a parole officer, which that person has to ensure that the conditions are being followed and things of that nature.
So, yeah, for every person before us on the parole board, I've heard the gamut. They have too many restrictions. They have too few conditions. They have too few releases. They get too many releases. So God bless you for doing that job, even for just a few years. I wouldn't want to do it for a day. But the qualifications to be a judge are what we're here to talk about today. And I think the other councils spoke about that. And I really appreciate you spending time with me this week, and all your credentials and all your service to the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council.
Do you know why some defense lawyers don't do jury waived trials in front of certain judges?
An idea.
It's that idea.
Think maybe the result is concerning to them, maybe based on reputation or track record.
Excuse me. Go ahead. Okay, okay. So there are judges in this Commonwealth who have never said the word not in front of guilty since they've been on the bench. So why would any lawyer cared about a client jury waive a case in front of a judge who never says not guilty?
Imagine they would.
So what is sad to me is the fact that some judges spend their entire career and no one jury waives in front of them. What an awful legacy for a judge who's supposed to be fair. That most in the defense bar and some DAs will tell you, do not jury waive in front of this judge. What an awful legacy that is for a career. So we don't want that to happen to you. You can't get fired for saying not guilty.
Absolutely not.
In fact, I think there's two ways to look at cases. One is, if you're a government judge, you look for every way you can to substantiate the government's case. If you're somebody who I think is fair, you look, since the burden is on the Commonwealth to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt, you look for reasonable doubt in the case. Is there reasonable doubt in this case? If there is, and I get that it is, there is, they haven't sustained their burden. So what we don't want to hear is 2 years from now when I walk into a court and somebody said, did you vote for that judge? I say, yeah, what's up? Can't jury waive with her? Government judge? Okay. And there, I asked it earlier, a client, but there are courts in some courts, few courts, that if your case is on for a trial, you show up that day and you and the DA come to an agreement, they will not let you plead. The judge would not let you plead.
Trial.
On day of trial. So I often know, I think of what I would do if I was told that by a judge, and I think I'd say, well, here to plead, he has a right to plead from arraignment till a jury comes in with a verdict. We're pleading. Not going to trial, we're pleading. I don't know what a judge, one of these judges that are doing that will say. They'll say, you got to go to trial. And I'll say, I don't have to go to trial. My client doesn't have to go.
Absolutely not.
So anyway, and the chief judge in the courthouse can't tell you how to run your court. You're free to do it any way you want. So you got to be bold. The people are paying you all this good money to be a judge. We got to take care of people in the county. Okay? Thank you for your, yes.
The rest of my time.
Yes.
I'm going to use the rest of the time that I get. Have you sent Tom Schoolcraft's recommendation, party recommendation to the governor? Why not?
Not ready yet.
It's not ready? What is not ready about it?
It's not completed.
Meaning, can you tell me what that means?
The recommendation.
Is that, this isn't a trick. Does that mean it's not written?
It's in process.
But he has been, you are recommending him.
I think it's in process and it should be forthcoming.
To the governor's office. Okay. So he is being recommended to the governor's office. It has not been done yet. Okay. That was the answer to the question. One other question I have. The pay for the parole board members is in statute. meaning it's law.
Yes.
Why was Colette Santa paid $13,000 more than every other board member, particularly those like Tina Hurley, who has an extraordinary amount of experience for over 2 years? And who pays that money back to the Commonwealth since she was overpaid?
It was a one-time stipend for work on the ACA accreditation.
It was a stipend. So she's taken extra time off from work. Now, Kevin Keefe said she only took 2 days a year. That's not what the calendar reflects. But she has a $13,000 stipend for 2 years to do 2 days of work?
I don't know what the exact amount is.
Well, that's what he told us. I mean, he was adamant about it.
But it was for ACA, yes.
2 days work. So she got 13,000, and how was she, the least experienced person on the board, how was she selected for that?
She was ACA, the ACA liaison when she was chief of transitional services. She just maintained it when she got on the parole board.
Thank you. Counselor,
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chair. I had one question I go to ask. Is it true that you've had to recuse yourself as a parole board member for certain hearings?
Yes.
What percentage would you say that is approximately?
I don't know.
10, 90, 50?
I don't know.
Is it more than 10?
Yes. Yes.
Why were you in a position to recuse yourself in those instances?
I'm assuming you're talking about the Boston police cases. It was said earlier Suffolk, that is not accurate because Suffolk County encompasses other areas that don't have to do with the recusal. I recused myself from cases in which Boston police was involved.
Okay. So would that be also protocol for you were you to take the bench?
No, it was done pursuant to a request by Attorney Garren
What was the request?
to recuse myself from the case that she was working on in all cases where the Boston police was opposing parole.
Did you disagree with that assessment? Attorney Garren has the power to tell the parole board what to do. That's awesome. She decided that you should recuse yourself, and so the parole board adopted that policy?
She didn't decide, she requested it. I reviewed the request after reviewing the request.
So you
Out of an abundance of caution and to reduce any concern
Right.
or appearance of conflict, I recused myself.
That's admirable. So why wouldn't that apply if you're a judge?
The request was done solely based on the fact that my husband was acting commissioner. He is no longer.
meeting is adjourned.
Megan E. English Braga to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court. I submit this nomination for advice and consent to the Executive Council pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And he enclosed the nominee's resume. So, welcome. If you'd like, Megan, you can introduce the folks you brought, or you can do it later, whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I'd like to just begin by expressing my gratitude.
No, not your statement yet. Just introduce people.
Sure, I'd love to
hear from your witnesses first.
Let me introduce my mother, Kathleen English, my stepfather, Robert Nolan. My husband, Rob, who's way over separated from everybody else. My sister, Molly English Braga, is here. My son, Derek Sterling. My daughter is only 7, so she didn't make it today. She's very busy. Judge Angela Ordonez and Attorney Robert Nolan.
Great.
Robert Brown, excuse me.
Brown, there's a Nolan somewhere there. All right.
Trouble.
I know.
Judge Ordonez, would you like to start us off as the first witness, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, if I sit down?
Absolutely. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Ordonez, Probate and Family Court Judge for 22 years. I've sat in just about every division in the Commonwealth. I've served as the First Justice of Nantucket and Norfolk Divisions, as well as the Chief Justice of the Probate and Family Court Department for 5 years. As of yesterday, I'm the most senior judge in our department, not the oldest, the most senior. I thank you all for your diligence, commitment, and vetting, considering judicial nominees. The work you do as governor's counselors is amongst the most important in the Commonwealth. I'm honored to appear before you as you deliberate the information of Attorney Megan English Braga. I've known Attorney English Braga for the past 4 years as a frequent practitioner in the Barnstable Probate and Family Court. We're fortunate to have many outstanding members of the bar who practice in Barnstable. However, only a few in any bar in the Commonwealth had the breadth of experience that Attorney English Braga has, which makes her an outstanding choice for the Probate and Family Court bench. Attorney English Braga has appeared before me on many dozens of cases representing men, women, and children, and she is an exceptionally talented practitioner. She has served as guardian ad litem on approximately 8 different matters before me. I always received timely reports and very well-written reports, and on many occasions, the parties would read those reports and resolve their differences with her recommendations. She has served as pro bono counsel in court-appointed cases for children in a program called the Attorneys Representing Children program on at least 4 cases before me. She has served as special master and contested on at least 2 contested matters, one a divorce, the other a trust. In all of my interactions with Attorney English Braga, I have found her to be well-prepared and knowledgeable of the law. She's well-spoken. She wrote excellent pleadings and GAL reports. She took a practical and common sense approach on contested issues, and she was energetic and solution-oriented in resolving cases. She's well-tempered, confident, and never arrogant, professional, and respectful at all times. And the reason that I'm using the past tense is because she's no longer practicing law. A few months ago, she joined the Barnstable Probate and Family Court team as an assistant register. For the past several months, I've had the good fortune of getting to know Megan even better than before, and what stands out to me is her easygoing manner with a great sense of humor, and she does not get ruffled by anything. Her office is in the middle of the action. She is more like Grand Central Station, where people magnetically pull to her because they see her kind face and want more information, and she's always there to give it. She brought all of these remarkable attributes to the court and seamlessly transitioned from legal advocate to a court attorney. And as I said, she helps dozens of people who represent themselves each day, as well as court personnel and attorneys. Because of her work in the Barnstable Court, she's been handling every type of matter that she would handle as a judge in our court. In my opinion, she has what it takes to be an exceptional probate and family court judge. She'll be able to meet the challenges, and I know that you're aware of a number of them, including the high-volume caseload and cases where people represent themselves. And to recap her many good qualities, she's well-versed in the law. She has full knowledge of all the matters that will come before her. She's an active listener and will convey her impartiality at every hearing. She's kind, calm, and respectful. And she'll help many people settle their differences in a fair manner. She's well organized. She understands how to work in a high-pressure environment. She'll be able to handle the high caseload, both in hearing cases and writing timely decisions. She understands that justice delayed is justice denied. And I bring the good wishes and support of every member of the Barnstable Probate and Family Court. We don't want to lose her, but for the greater good, we support her, and we hope that you'll confirm her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Any questions for the judge? Council Devaney?
Welcome back. Thank you. How long has it been? 22 years. Wow. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that? Wow. Jeepers. You look great. You look
Thank you.
different than 22 years ago.
Pandemic color.
And I'm the only one here that voted for you.
Chris Iannella was here too.
Yeah, he's not here. Oh, yeah. Very, very proud.
Thank you so much.
Outstanding job. And it means a lot to have you as a witness today. She is outstanding.
Yeah.
Now, tell me, out of all her qualities, what do you see as the major quality that she's bringing to the bench?
Well, there's a number of them, but when I emphasize that she doesn't get ruffled, it's very important because there are issues and personalities that might want to goad you into having a bad temper. That's not going to happen, Megan. Absolutely not. So that's an extremely good quality. And those are things that you can't really learn. You can learn the law, you can learn procedure, but having an excellent temperament and the ability to manage a courtroom in a fair manner is important.
Well, in her past experience too, you put it all together. It's for the same position, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, yes. So I used to come more often.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the ride from Cape Cod. Attorney Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert A. Brown. I'm honored to speak this afternoon on behalf of the judicial nominee, Megan English Braga, from the town of Falmouth. Thank you for allowing me to speak on Attorney Braga's behalf and your services for vetting judicial nominees for our Commonwealth's Court. I live and work in Falmouth. I've been an attorney for 27 years. I'm the Massachusetts Bar Association House Delegate, Region 1 for Barnstable, Dukes, and Nantucket counties. My practice is 95% in the probate and family courts of Barnstable and Dukes County. I'm occasionally in Nantucket and Plymouth too. I practice law in the law firm of Brown and Barbosa. My partner is my wife, Paula, who's also a friend of Megan too. And she's advised me to do a very good job here today. And now it appears that we may have to share Megan, the rest of the Commonwealth. She's very much loved in the town of Falmouth and highly thought of. I met Attorney Braga 31 years ago when I was working at the Seacrest Beach Hotel in North Falmouth. She was 16 years old with a whistle around her neck, working as a lifeguard. I met her mother, Attorney Braga, 31 years in 1998 when I was working for legal services for Cape Cod and the Islands, which also covered 13 towns at the time in Plymouth, and she was working in a Plymouth office. I know her husband, I know her sister, I know her cousins, I know her uncles, I know her friends, and her family is just absolutely phenomenal. They're a community service organization on their own. Anytime that there's a problem, that's someone that they know about, they pitch in, they help out, they raise money, they get food, they get services. Her mother, her sister, her extended family, her uncles, incredible deeds that they have done in the town of Falmouth for the least of our brothers and sisters, their friends, family, and people they don't even know. Attorney Braga has given her time to VIPs volunteer in public schools for many years. She's president of the Portuguese American Club. Hey, my wife is a big fan of also. She's from Portugal.
Your wife Portuguese?
Yes.
You married up?
I did. So Attorney Braga has served the town of Falmouth very well as a finance committee member, as a representative town meeting member, as well as she served on the Board of Select for 6 years, 2 years as vice chair, 2 years as chair, and 2 years as an associate member. Her term ended in May 2022. I can tell you this, Falmouth, Massachusetts trusts her. And in preparation for this meeting, I sort of did an election scorecard for her. As a town meeting member, she got the highest votes in her precinct each and every time. As a finance committee member, she was appointed unanimously by the town meeting. On the select board, 2 terms, 3 years, the highest vote tally of each and every candidate. Tuesday, May 17, 2016, she was first elected to the select board. The next morning, she's in the probate and family court. It's Wednesday pretrial day. I thought she was going to ask me for a continuance, but no, she wanted to go. And we met with Judge Riley and we had a conference, and we didn't settle the case that day, but she did get me to apply and get appointed to be on the recreation committee for the town of Falmouth that day. So, and she told me to work for Good Fields for Children and handicapped accessibility. And I've been trying to do my best to live up to her expectations of me. As a select board meeting, she has served her town incredibly well through some very controversial topics. I got a list of just a few, well, a little bit more than a few. But if I could tell you them, it'd be wind turbines, sewers, septic, water quality, steamship ferry traffic, steamship ferry noise, old fire stations, new fire stations, needle exchanges, overdose crisis, dual treatment center next to a school, unaffordable housing, not in my backyard affordable housing, staff shortages, pandemic, masking, unmasking, remote, unremote, outdoor eating, outdoor drinking, surplus police guns, docks, streets, development, fields, school wages, not enough pickleball courts.
That's a problem for now. It's going to leave now.
Annual and special town meetings in a pandemic, remote, outside, inside. Yikes, I can't begin to tell you.
Get it. Thank you.
This lady is ready for prime time in the Broadbent family court, as in her role as the select board chairman. She also was a star running remote Zoom meetings for the Board of Select, and she did a great job. More importantly, she's been a liaison to committees. One of them was the Disability Committee, and I got to tell you, she's very well thought of by the chair, Catherine, and they're going to miss her. She showed up for them, and she's going to show up for the people that go into the probate and family court each and every day and do a great job for them.
Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, Councilor.
As I indicated outside, I can't stay for the hearing. I have to attend to a personal matter. But I certainly appreciate everything you said, and I think she's going to be a great nominee. I know that her parents, her stepfather and mother, are very, very proud. And I'm going to be voting for her when we vote, I think, in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Were you done?
A little bit more if I could.
Well, you're way over the time limit, but all right, we're going to give it to you.
All right.
She's just so much to talk about. You can't.
Attorney Braga is a competent, ethical domestic relations attorney. I've been on the other side with her on a number of cases over the years, and she has strong knowledge of the law. She knows the rules of evidence, which is important to me, and she's always prepared and on time, which is important to me also. The court here is much more than divorce, custody, support cases each and every day. They hear some very, very important cases that come in through their doors from the Department of Mental Health, from the Department of Developmental Services, from Elder Services, from Falmouth Hospital, Cape Cod Hospital. And these are the cases which I believe where judges must really pay attention, where judges really need to shine. This is a lot of life and death situations. This is situations where you're putting people in nursing homes or taking people out of nursing homes. Do not resuscitate, do not intubate, comfort care measures. These are some of the things that are in the probate in court each and every day. And to wrap this up and to make my speech a little bit more shorter, I could tell you this. I trust Attorney Braga to make those decisions. I trust Attorney Braga to make those decisions for myself and my loved ones. I think she'll do a phenomenal job. And like I said, when I first met her, she was a lifeguard, and she's going to be a great lifeguard for the probate and family court. And I hope that you vote her in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very enlightening. Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else to speak in favor? Anyone speaking against? We're going to close that part of the hearing, and we're going to hear from you, Ms. Braga.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge Ordonez. Thank you, Bob. Those are just really touching, just to hear your perspectives from judges you're in front of on a regular basis and colleagues and friends that you've known for a long time. I appreciate that. So good afternoon. I know it's been a long day for all of you. I want to express my thanks. I know this is a labor of love for each and every one of you, but it's a labor nonetheless, and it's been a long day, so I'll try to be brief. The decisions that are made in this room that each and every one of you make impact the lives of individuals throughout the Commonwealth. So thank you for your efforts from the important deliberations that you make. I want to thank the Judicial Nominating Commission for extending that initial interview to me, for advancing my application. I want to thank the governor for nominating me, and for the lieutenant governor and the governor for their very thorough, thoughtful interviews. It was clear from the questions they asked that their focus was really on children and the most vulnerable in our Commonwealth, so I thank them for that. I want to thank Ms. McCarthy and her staff really for seamlessly coordinating the events today, for their help ensuring that I have everything I needed to be here today. I want to thank Attorney Ross, and I especially want to thank Attorney Green and her staff for the guidance over these many months. As you know, this process is a bit steeped in mystery for regular folks, and they helped to demystify that. And they were very generous in their time with all of my questions. With me today, as I indicated, is my husband, Rob. He supported me through, as you could maybe glean from the comments, literally hundreds of meetings that I've gone to over the years. And the only question he ever asked when I sign up for something is, will this make you happy? He probably should come up with another question. But I couldn't be here today if it weren't for him. He is really a partner in everything that I do, and he is behind me 100%. And so I want to thank him for all of his support. Also here with me, as I said, is my mother and stepfather, and I'll speak about them a bit more in a moment, and my son Derek. He's a student here in the Boston area. My daughter Simone is doing something fabulous in the first grade at North Falmouth Elementary School. We're probably all jealous of whatever it is she's doing. And you know, my children's stories are their own, and they can tell them in their own time, but I will simply say this. My children aren't my biological children. I can't take credit for creating the beauty that they are. That credit goes to their respective biological mothers and fathers. But under different circumstances and at different times, their parents entrusted them to Rob and I. I endeavor every single day to be worthy. I have to look at my sister, and then she made me want to cry, but I endeavor every day to be worthy of that sacred honor. They really are the reason for everything that I do. They are my greatest priority and my greatest joy. I strive every day to be the best parent that I can be. It is just an incredible honor and gift to watch them grow, to see them take on the challenges and opportunities that this life has for them. And so I am very pleased to be able to have my son share in this moment. He was able to get out of one class, and it better have only been one. That's what he said it was. So one class today to be here. But I'm so happy he's able to share this moment with me. I'm also here with my younger sister, Molly. She is a woman of uncompromising loyalty. unflinching honesty, even at times when you wish it would be otherwise. And really, as you might have heard from Attorney Brown, unsung generosity. She's someone that you want on your side when times are tough, and she's been a rock in many storms. I'm also joined by, as I said, my mother and stepfather. Unfortunately, my father, Donald Braga, and his partner, Bonnie, couldn't be here, but I think they're going to watch at some point, so I send them my love. I know you've seen my resume, you've seen the information. I don't want to repeat it, but I'll just share a little bit about who I am and how that would inform the type of judge I would be if I'm granted that honor. In thinking about this and what I would share, I recalled at one point meeting a gentleman who's from Louisiana, and upon making his acquaintance, his first question to me was, who are your people? I didn't understand what he was asking, and he explained where he came from. You don't say, what do you do for a living when you meet someone, or where do you live? You say, who are your people? And that's how you situate someone. That's how you get to know them. And I loved that, and it really stuck with me. So if you will indulge me for a moment, let me just tell you a little bit about who my people are. My parents were married young. My mother, as I mentioned, she's here, and she is one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. She graduated high school at 16 because that's how smart she is. And she wanted to go off to college, but that wasn't something that her family supported for a daughter. So she did the next best thing that she could think of to become independent and start her own life, and she got married. She was 16 and my dad was 19, and they started their life together. And 3 years later, their first child, I was born, and 3 years after that, my sister Molly was born. As you can imagine, at 16 and 19, you don't start off with a lot of resources. My dad had already been working since he was 13, doing auto body work. He had an opportunity for a football scholarship, but had passed it up because he first had to work and help support his parents, and then he had his own family to support. So you had two individuals working, my dad doing auto body and masonry, and my mom cleaning houses. But they made it work, and my mother didn't give up her dream of going to college. She started off at 4 C's and did so well that she actually got a scholarship to Boston College, a full scholarship. But as you can imagine, trying to raise kids and work and commute from Falmouth to Chestnut Hill was pretty impossible. So after a semester, she transferred to SMU, which is now UMass Dartmouth, and she was able to finish her bachelor's degree there. Due in part to getting married so young and financial stressors, after 21 years, my parents got divorced when I was in high school. And finances were even more constricted. So when I entered Wellesley College, I worked in the kitchens there and nannied and cleaned houses and landscaped to pay for college. And meanwhile, my mom continued on with her education. She took the LSATs and went to school nights at Southern New England School of Law, where she ultimately met the man who'd become my stepfather and one of my best friends, Robert Nolan. He was a Vietnam veteran who'd been a police officer for almost 30 years. The two of them went on to get their law degrees, and actually Bob just wrapped up 25 years of private practice as a criminal attorney this year. So really just a phenomenal story for the two of them. So during this time, my dad continued to really be the steadying force that he always was. He worked 6 days a week doing auto body work until just a few years ago. His body physically couldn't do it anymore. And he really was a master of his craft. If you can imagine the artistry of being able to take an unfinished piece of metal and paint it and finish it to a perfect pearlescence in 110-degree weather in a spray booth, he could pretty much do anything. And he worked tirelessly without complaint. And he really taught me that your word is your bond, and you take pride in the work that you do regardless of what that task is. And I carried that with me throughout Wellesley. And into my first job, I worked in the area of special needs, advocating for children. I worked with a young man, his name was Evan. Worked with him when he was 11 and worked with him all the way until he was done with college. He just turned 34. He became quadriplegic at age 7 when his father had run him over. And I really consider him as part of my family. He really inspired me with his perseverance and his courage in the face of unimaginable physical pain and adversity. And it was that inspiration that pushed me forward to get my master's degree, and I did so in the area of education, focusing on trauma intervention and adolescent development. After that, that program at Harvard Graduate School of Education, I worked with children at Charlestown at the Edwards Middle School in a program that was collaborative between Harvard, McLean Hospital, and the Boston Public School System, working with underserved children. Then worked for DYS at Taunton State Hospital for committed youth, running therapy for boys who had significant trauma histories. And I learned from these boys. It's where I came to understand the true impact that trauma has on human development. It's the stories that these boys shared with me that actually led me to enter law school. I did so studying at Suffolk, going nights right down the hill. I worked full-time, and then when I was finished in 2009, I opened my own practice. And I focused my work on children and families in crisis and transition. And really, those are my people, at least some of them. Those are the individuals who inspired me and have shaped the work that I've done. So as I sit here today, I'm somebody who came from humble but very proud beginnings, from parents who married as teenagers and beat all of the statistical odds to send both of their children to college, for a mother who, stop looking. I can't look in that direction. A mother who really married at 16 and became an attorney, which is phenomenal. And built an incredible life for herself and has inspired. She's working now with children in a high school who are themselves experiencing incredible trauma and are bridging back into school after having been hospitalized for mental health needs. So she is really continuing the work that she did in the juvenile courts. So I hope that as you consider my nomination, that you'll understand that my training provides an awareness that those who come before the court really are coming with a history that can be informed by trauma, from mental health challenges, from substance use disorder, and that these aren't human failings, but they are challenges that the court has to deal with on a daily basis because they impact the cases that the court must address. And a judge needs awareness, training, and experience to bring the resources to bear so that those families, those individuals, and those children can be adequately provided for and can have those cases have outcomes that have the best results that the court can provide, because that's what the court is there for. And I'm happy to answer any questions that this council would have for me. So thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Councilor Jubenville.
Thank you. So here's a test. There are, I believe, 6 or 7 reasons why somebody can be divorced in this Commonwealth from no fault. You have to give me at least 2 of the other reasons.
Okay.
It's just for the whole ballgame.
Okay. Adultery, cruelty. Do you want?
You're done.
Although, isn't cruelty attached to another word?
Abuse. Yeah.
You gotta get that.
Yeah.
No, I think you're a great candidate. We had known you for many years, and we had a wonderful time doing a murder case together, even though her field isn't murder. She was very successful in that case. Did a great job.
Thank you.
So I'll be proud to vote for you next week. What is the vote?
I don't know if it's next week or the week after, not sure.
Whatever the vote is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jubenville. Thank you. Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed meeting you and the time that you afforded me. And I have to say, in my 23 years, I don't know anyone that has, and I love your witness, and I voted for her, and she's wonderful. But you are unique. You come with experience that I haven't seen in 23 years. And the probate court is so important. And what I see now in our society, children being tortured and murdered, and it's constant every day. They found a 5-year-old buried, and his mother tortured him, and they beat him to death, and they buried him. And I'm angry. He got 40 years. That man got 40 years for killing that 5-year-old. Should have got life. I don't understand the sentencing. In talking about sentencing, I like that you have criminal experience. My greatest fear is when someone is appointed and they have no criminal experience. They've never had a criminal case as an attorney. And they are timid about giving the correct sentence. Maybe if I look into this one for 40 years, maybe that's what happened. But anyway, that aside, I'm just so impressed. Your whole life has been of service. And you've had 2 careers that I combine. What, 20, how many years? 20?
About 23
Yeah,
years.
right. And you have dedicated your life to disabled and people, you know, who are not able to have the money to have a lawyer, and you've done that. And you represented children, guardian ad litem, all of the things you've done. But you know what? No one has come before me that has walked in the shoes of the people that are coming into that court as you. And I'm not telling tales out of school because it's part of your legacy. How amazing that you adopted a baby that was going through withdrawal. She was,
Council Devaney, I don't think that's true or relevant. That's not true.
I'm sorry, what?
I know her family, that's not true. And I don't want it to get out that something is true that's not. It's not a true statement. So just go on about her qualifications.
Our daughter didn't have any, we adopted our daughter, but she was very fine when she was born.
But when you told me about, situation that she had, that she went through, I'm not telling anything that you didn't
I
tell
don't
me.
want you to say the wrong thing, that's all.
I'm telling you what she told me, okay? So I'm just saying that it's just remarkable. And that there's so many people that come before you that are living lives and with opiate problems and all of that you've seen. And you have a wonderful family. You have a son that's going to college. I mean, it's just remarkable. And also, you being on a select board, I was a counselor at large for decades. And I had a laugh when I read your application. And it's true, you could be walking down the street, or you could be in a grocery store or whatever, and they come up to you. I know that. But all of that made you the person you were. So tell me about your first career and how that came into being a lawyer and what that attributes to being the person you are.
Sure. So my career, really, the first 10, 11, 12 years of my working life was working really exclusively with children and for children, both in school settings and then in a clinical setting. And it was really such a joy because I was able to work with children who needed to have that advocacy and that voice for them. And I think the piece of it is that connects with the court and the work that I did as an attorney, as a practitioner, and the work that would take place if I were to be appointed as a judge, is that, really understanding child development and understanding the way that trauma impacts the development of a child. And we think of trauma, we hear that word, and sometimes we just think of the big traumas, right? But there are lots of little traumas. So within the court, in the probate and family court, a family coming apart and changing and transitioning is a trauma. And that's going to impact children in different ways. And every child is going to be different and impact them differently. Not to mention the fact that, of course, we do have some of those more significant pieces where you have children whose parents are struggling with mental health issues, struggling with substance use disorder. And that clinical piece, a judge is not a clinician, a judge is not a social worker. So certainly that would not be my role. But having a judge who has an awareness of that, who can see that, and then, as I noted, bringing some of those resources. We do have some, not enough, some resources within the court system. We do have probation, an incredible resource to do investigations, to connect families with outside clinicians, right? Counseling, to set up drug testing, to do some of those things. We do, in some courts, have court clinicians to, again, do either sort of more truncated investigations of a parent or speak with the child or do a jail investigation. We have those longer jail investigations, whether it's a category F where you're going to have an attorney maybe do it, or an E where you have a real, PhD level or social worker do that deeper level dive. But you need judges who are aware of that enough to do that, right? And to understand the value of it. And I think that the work that I have done in my prior career situates me well to be able to see that and see some of those issues within those cases. And it's not always just with children, it's with elders as well. We have cases that come before the court, guardianship cases, where you need those things to take place as well. And so I do believe that piece is very helpful.
And you've had so many that grandparents have to step in, and parents want the rights to bring up the children, and they're drug addicted and everything, and those grandparents. But I wasn't surprised at all when you said the 4 qualities to be a judge, and the first thing you said was compassion. I look for compassion. I wouldn't vote for anyone that didn't have compassion, and you have it. And you have that ability when you work with children in the court. I was so impressed that they're frightened, and you don't bring them in the courthouse, but you bring them in another room, and you have all of these, like they say, you bring all your toolbox with your coloring books and everything to make that child comfortable. I mean, that's part of it. It's not just legal knowledge. It's not what you learn in law school. It's so much more. And you don't have to learn it. We don't need a mentor, because now we have mentors, thank God, because some of the judges need it. But you certainly don't need it. You should be a mentor.
No, well, for the record, I'll be happy to have a mentor. I think we can always keep learning.
But you should be a mentor. I think that people have to learn that, a lot of the judges. But, the thing is that we're living in such a dangerous society. I mean, children aren't being cared for, and we see the abuse that's going on, and we'll never know how much abuse is going on. What bothered me was during the COVID, and I'm thinking, people don't know what's going on in those homes, and there's children being abused, and there's women and domestic, abuse and everything. We can't take care of all that, but we need someone like you in the court. I mean, it isn't a 9-to-5 job. Your whole life has been, helping people. And so, what do you feel, and you can name a lot, what was the most rewarding case that you've had?
Sure, I think, I had a case that I worked on where it's rewarding, maybe isn't the greatest of terms, but maybe impactful. I actually was appointed as a guardian ad litem. I think actually Judge Rodoni is appointed in this case, but and there were allegations that the guardian may have been grooming the child, and at the end of the investigation, the child was ultimately removed from the guardian ad litem and placed back with the child's mother, which was really the best placement for that child. And there had been some barriers to the child going back with mother. And the barriers were sort of inside that family dynamic, but the placement was very appropriate, and mother had been situated and ready and able to take care and take custody of that child for quite a while. And it was the family dynamic with her parent that was really preventing her from doing that. And that investigation, it's not because of me, but it's part of the case as a whole. DCF became involved, other pieces came into play, but it was very rewarding to see that family shift in a way where the care of that child went back. Number one, he was, I think, protected from what was either abuse that was happening or abuse that may have been soon to happen. But he also went back to his mother, which was where he should have been. So there are cases like that, but even just there are small things that are rewarding. When you, just in my position now as assistant register, when folks come in for name changes and they are affirming their identity in the court, and you see somebody who's sort of spent their whole life and they're waiting and they come in and they have that name change, and they're affirming their identity that they have probably wanted to take a hold of for their whole life, and they go through that and they get that final paperwork. That's a somewhat simple thing for some of us. We might not have that feeling that they do, but they get that piece of paper that has the name that they feel is their true name and what is rightfully how they should be identified. I know the probate family court gets a bad rap, but wonderful things happen there. Really good things happen in that court too, and that's one of them. So there are big and small, I think, victories that take place.
But in your experience and what you observed in your life experience, what changes would you like to see in the probate court? There must be something that you see that could be better.
Sure. If we didn't have a barrier to sort of resource or training, I mean, I would love it if our courts could be, if we could shift to a more trauma-informed way of addressing some cases. Not every case has trauma. We don't have to think that every case is like that, but the courts, all courts, not just the probate family court, the criminal court, district courts are the same, but our courts are front lines, just like our schools, for mental health and substance use disorder. We are asking judges and we are asking teachers to handle very intense, very complex issues, and the courts are not equipped for it. We don't, judges have not traditionally been trained for this. We don't have resources and structures in place traditionally. And I do think that we could have better outcomes for families and for children if we had a model that was more trauma informed. And I think we're learning that, but maybe not quite as quickly as every institution, and institutions don't pivot quickly. But I think if we could move in that direction, that we would do better by children.
Thank you. Council Devaney, can you wrap it up, please?
With divorce, what can be done,
Council Devaney.
when the parents are going through a divorce?
This will be the last question.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you have cases where children are really, traumatized by the divorce.
The divorce, yeah.
What do you see that, what kind of help can be given to these children?
Sure. I mean, I think that there are suggestions and things that can be worked into some divorce agreements. It depends on the spectrum of how upset the children are. I mean, there's upset because a divorce is happening, and then there's real trauma because something else is taking place in the family. So there are things that can be worked into a divorce agreement that try to put supports in place for children, counseling or other pieces that can be put in.
Thank you.
That's all within the purview of the judge or the parties.
Thank you. Councilor Duff.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Duff.
Thank you, Attorney Braga. I have to say, your education is stellar.
Thank you.
I mean, Wellesley, excellent. I mean, Harvard's good. Wellesley's better.
I agree. There was a shirt I had that said,
No, really.
it said anonymous was a Wellesley woman. I still have that.
My kid got a master's at Harvard. You better be careful.
Still paying a lot of cards.
Oh, so are we.
Yes.
If you look at who comes out of, first of all, if you look at who comes out of women's colleges, they're exceptional. It's a different way to look. Full disclosure, I did.
Yeah.
So my father, I didn't want to do it, but my father told me it would be the best gift I ever gave myself, and he was absolutely
Right.
absolutely right. There's literally no comparison. But I thank you for some of the comments that you made about probate court, because it has a reputation of being a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah.
And so you've really brought to light for me, because I've been harsh on it. Because I work in probate court at times, and I have a case going on there. I'm not an attorney, I'm a realtor, but I help other people get things through, and it's literally astounding to me. So, this one case, it's been almost 2 years, and they have all the documentation. I, for the life of me, can't understand. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I can tell them what the decision is. I already know. I know what it's going to be. And so there are some real breakdowns, but I think the management breakdowns between the registries of probate and the court when it comes to these real estate issues, because I don't think most people really understand real estate. They think they do, but they really don't. But what you brought to light today about probate is the real life affirming work that you guys do. And it's not just all horrible bad things.
It's good. It's really good thing.
And that's something that I don't think I speak of. And I don't think many people do. So thank you for saying that, because I think I think it's real. You made me really, even though I was doing all this, you made me stop in my head and think, a little bit of personal introspection of, I'm critical of it sometimes, but what else happens there? And it's, people know I'm Italian Irish, I've got a hot temper, I'm spicy, shoot from the hip and everything. And that can be fine and good, but sometimes you really need to stop and withdraw and think. And thank you for making me do that.
Yeah.
Because you really did. What you said was just such an affirming thing. And I'm not going to go into there's a million things I could go into with you on this. You've got a fabulous resume. That alone to me shows that you're a person of perception and good judgment, but the thing that can't be quantified on the resume, and that's something that I think is important for our judges to have, is, you can have this super duper resume and you can have, and we've seen it. I mean, we've seen people apply to become judges that have stellar resumes. And, they say, why do you think you should be a judge? Well, my friends think I should be. I mean, really? That's not a very good answer. I think you're really coming from a place of contribution. And for me, that speaks to who I am. And what I'd like to see in the justice system is people who are really, there out of contribution. So thank you for your application. You're eminently qualified. Your witnesses were fabulous. And I hope that you get.
Thank you so much.
And I hope that you work. You're awfully young. I mean, we're seeing you 10-year-olds coming in here more. But again, I have to put myself in check and look at the positive side of that. You can't see the light if you don't see the dark, and you can't see the dark if you don't see the light. And so, not to say that this is a question of that, but it's, the good news is that you will have time to learn more and to grow more and hopefully ascend into a great leader in the court. And that is my hope for you, because I think that you clearly have the intellect and the temperament to really be a future leader. And I look forward to watching you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councilor Duff, Councilor DePaulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've heard a lot about your perspective already. You think your background with a master's in education and these direct service positions will make you a better judge?
I do.
Has it made you a better lawyer?
Yes.
When you talk about trauma-informed system, case that I've talked about a few times is a case called the Commonwealth Prince Devaney. Are you familiar with that case?
Not that I can draw on right now.
So a minor girl, I believe was dual involved UIS, anyhow, had a verbal outburst at a judge. It was disrespectful. It was disrespectful, it was profanity laden. And the child was held in contempt, literally on the spot, and taken into custody in the courtroom. Is that a trauma-informed system, do you think? And by the way, the SJC,
That's
is that a trauma? What went wrong, do you think?
no, that's not trauma. So when folks,
And so if we could segue this into what we can say, the judge, what's the threshold for contempt as just an example of dealing with the folks in your courtroom?
sure. So you have to start, let me say this. When folks come into the court, you have to begin very, outset, understanding that every individual, even if they are not coming in from any history of trauma, is going to be at a heightened level of anxiety, because that's what the court is, okay? It is stress inducing. So no one is going to be at their best. People who are normally completely genteel and civil are going to not project in the way that they will do, every 6 other days of the week.
Sure.
Then when you have someone who has a trauma history and you bring them in and whatever is taking place in that courtroom is going to trigger that for them. You have to, safety for me is the key, right? Who is safe in that courtroom? Everybody needs to be safe. Safety doesn't just mean physical safety, that's a given. But certainly, you have the individuals that come before you need to feel that they are safe to have their case heard, for them to be able to express themselves. You can't have profanity, but that does not mean someone's in contempt. It means that they're stepping the case back, that they're taking a moment to collect themselves in the hallway, that they're having, we have this happen in our court all the time. Let me give you an example, and this will probably illuminate the type of person I would be as a judge. We had an individual who had missed a day. He had missed his day on a contempt. He came into the court. He thought his attorney, his criminal attorney, had handled it. A capias had issued for him. He came into the court and he was absolutely beside himself, screaming to the point where the court officer had to come up, screaming about the fact that I would never have missed court, talking about the mother of his child. People were scared. I asked him to step back, come back out of the line, step back. Let's take a moment. What's happening here? And he explained, I thought my attorney took care of this. I would never miss court. I said, okay, the capias, there's no constable here. You're not going to be taken. You're not going to be arrested. We're going to straighten this out. We're going to take care of it. We're going to get judicial. We're going to get a new date. You're here. You're not avoiding a capias. You're here. It was profane language. It was yelling. It was frightening people, but we de-escalated the situation because he was having a moment of just being upset.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
So are you trained in de-escalation techniques?
Yes.
You are?
Yes, when I worked for DYS, yes.
I honestly am not aware. Are court officers trained in de-escalation?
I don't know, but they should be. Yeah.
I used to be a special ed teacher in alternative programs, so some of the same population. And what I found is, even in the general ed section setting, we're asking teachers to do more and more with their job. We're asking them to be social workers and guidance counselors. Most schools have absurd ratios of counselors to students. We're asking them to be, as I said, social workers. I mean, connecting the dots for kids and families, following up, home visits, all this stuff. And then on top of it, I'm restraint trained. Like, you're in a position where you're trying to restrain, you have to restrain a child. Right? You have to restrain a child. And when you work in that setting, you know that there's no punitive approach that's going to solve any problem. Punitive approach, whether it's in a school or in a courtroom, and I know you're not going to district court, no matter where it's gonna
make it worse.
Exacerbate. It's gonna exacerbate. That's not like a question. And I think, and I'm getting tangential here, I think it's the wrong idea. The issues I'm concerned about, it's the wrong idea, I think, to defund the police. What we should be doing is adding folks into police departments who have that specialized training, who can supplement what our police officers do.
So that's what we did in Falmouth. I'll just say, as a select person,
No,
we
I know.
actually supplemented human services clinician.
Right.
We have them working with our police department.
Right.
For that.
I think just like teachers, I don't mean to equate the roles, police officers are being asked to do way too much in an already stressful job, in my opinion. That's my opinion. When you have that complex childhood trauma, you said that it impacts your development beyond childhood. I mean, how does that impact? Because a 42-year-old who was abused as a child is not done dealing with that abuse, and is not done processing it, and isn't done navigating the world, trying to keep themselves under control, I guess.
I guess it depends. It's going to depend on what they've done for it's going to depend on some of their therapeutic trajectory.
Absolutely, but it's not gone. Strategies are in place, or whatever the case may be. So this is a general philosophical question that you kind of address, but like, as a judge, forget about the kids, about the parents and all that kind of stuff.
But all of it is the same, right? In the sense that, I'll just say what my experience has been is that when people are escalating in a courtroom, it's because they feel like what they're trying to express to the judge is not being heard, right? So there are ways that you can, their case can't be heard all day long. There are timelines, but part of it is the way a judge communicates, and I'm not gonna put her on the spot, but I'll just say that I think Judge Ordonez is an individual who does this well. She does not raise the voice to meet the person. She keeps it she employs strategies that help that person understand everything they want to say is going to be heard at some point. It may not be heard right then and there, but what they want to express to the court is going to be heard. And for somebody who is in that heightened state, for the environment around them to remain calm, not for the environment to meet them in a heightened state, is what they need. Now, some people reach a level where you do have to remove them, not hold them in contempt, remove them from that setting because they are not in control of their body and the hearing can't go on. And that happens sometimes. And maybe you need a continuance, and maybe you need, and that just happens, right? But my point is that we have to understand, and we have to be humane, and we have to treat people with dignity and respect. And we have to recognize that they are in front of the court to address things that are incredibly challenging. And that's how we have to, that's how we have to conduct business in the court. We can't just barrel through. It won't result in an end product that is beneficial to anyone.
For me, trauma-informed justice system is the way to solve a lot of the problems we see. We have a lot of nominees come through. Certainly, we have very, very, very few nominees come through who have any level of trauma-informed care training. Sometimes they have implicit bias training, which is its own, I have my own dubious feelings about. And then, and sometimes they've had someone in their family or a friend who's experienced something hard, and that's built empathy. But it's no substitution for someone who has the background. And I know that there's tons of lawyers who are very qualified and experienced who have background one way or another. Maybe they don't have a master's in education and particular clinical work. But I'd love to see more nominees who do have a background that does reflect that, who can be conversant in these issues. So I applaud the governor for putting me forward, and I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you for
Councilor Cavallo. We have one question? Yes, go ahead.
I'd be remiss, Counselor, if I didn't ask this question. I served 22 years on the Commission on Disability, and I want to know how you integrate your experience into the court when you were a special needs coordinator, legal advocate, and you advocated for disabled, coordinating academic, medical, and psychosocial services for the benefit of individuals with goal of improving health outcomes and quality of life. How will you be able to integrate that in the court?
Sure. Again, I think that piece comes to making sure that we understand who is before the court. So understanding the individual that is coming before the court, if they have an advocate, if it's someone who's under guardianship, if it's someone who is under conservatorship. We have an excellent practitioner here who goes really above and beyond for his clients. But, we have individuals who have different levels of ability, and it's across the spectrum. It's, and we have to make sure that we recognize that they may communicate in ways that are different. They may process information in ways that are different, and they may respond to their reactions and responses to what takes place in the courtroom may be different. So when there's an individual in front of you and they may not respond in a way that sort of is normative, I think that the court needs to make sure they're thinking, does this person is there a different challenge or disability that's there, and not assume something negative, right? Because sometimes people, if they're on the autistic spectrum, they may process and display emotion in different ways, and you don't want to infer negatively in a way that may impact their case in a negative way.
We can't even go into all of what you've done. That was 10 years that you did that. And so many judges don't understand what you're saying. You think of someone coming with some mental issues or autism or whatever it is, And I just think you could be a mentor. All of your background,
experience.
I agree.
Yeah, I just need to get to the judge part first. So I'll just wait for that first.
So now it's my turn to ask questions, so it's not my turn, I go last. But I've been a fan of yours.
Counselor Ferrera,
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to be heard too, Counselor Hurley?
just once in a while.
I'm sorry, out of sight, out of mind, I apologize.
How can that be? Out of sight, out of mind. How can that be?
We can't see you, that's a
I'm
problem.
totally confused. I
Can't see you.
pushed a button on my computer on the WebEx thing. And I don't know how to get the video back. It's very frustrating, but I'm
All
gonna
right,
bring
well, we can hear you, you're fine.
next week. In any event, you've got an incredible resume.
Thank you.
What you've done with your two kids is phenomenal. I applaud you and your husband both for being willing to take a chance and working hard at making sure you do everything you can to make sure that those children get a real shot at life. You've certainly got incredible experience. And all I can say is I get to go last, so by the time they get to me, I don't really have a lot of questions that haven't already been asked. But how old are you now?
45.
Okay. So I was 45 when I got on the bench in the district court. I thank God I applied before that for probate court. And every day that I had to sit in a 209A section, I thank God I didn't get to be a probate court judge. It is by far the most difficult court to be in. And there's a saying that goes, in the district court and superior court, you see the worst people acting at their best. And in probate court, you oftentimes see the best people acting at their worst. So number one, get a robe before you go on the bench. I'm not kidding. Somebody actually wrote.
No, I heard about a kerfuffle. Yes.
Yeah. Number two, if you ever have a case that's getting to you to the point where you want to stand up and start just screaming at these people because they're being so incredibly bad, take a recess. And number three, when you get to be 65, don't let it get to you, or 50, 58 or whatever. Don't let it get to you. So I wish you the best of luck. I think you're going to do a great job. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley. So it's my turn, but I'm not gonna ask questions for the sake of asking questions. I've been a fan for a long time and encourage you to apply. You have a stellar reputation. You've done an incredible amount of public service. And I think you're gonna be a great addition to the Probate and Family Court in Cape Cod or wherever they put you for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hearing is concluded.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.